The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth.
Excellent.
UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field.
Finally.
And cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo, are we up? How's it going out there? Well, yeah, so there's been a few spanners thrown into the works again. So the good news is I got my counters working last week, and yeah, I think it was a new bug that Microsoft introduced, so I found a workaround. But yeah, today there was a few updates overnight that's just caught me out, and Rumble has changed the way it's doing streaming. Looks like I have to edit it every time, maybe. I don't know. It's never ending, isn't it? The URL, they're giving people slots now instead of it being a global one. I assume it's working on build. Better have a check. It's stressing, I tell you. Probably hardly anyone will show up in it as well. So is it working here? Let me just check. I don't know if it's working. Alright, yeah, that's finally come up. Anyone on Rumble, just say hi there if you want, and we can just be sure it's working for you. Yeah, I don't remember getting an email saying they changed the way they're doing streaming. But there you go. I'd like to keep us on toes. On toast. My brain's fried already. Let's see how's Pilled going. Pilled. Yep, 2 watching there, reckons, on the admin panel. How's it matching up here? YouTube 1. Well, that's better than 0. Yeah. Yeah, things are getting a wee bit more difficult with my eyes as well. And all the things I want to do in the week never happens because I just can't read the screen. My eyes just get gradually blurrier and blurrier, and it just puts a halt to what I have to do. And also, it looks like the equipment is starting to play up too, and there's no way I'm going to be able to replace that within a year. I just don't get the donations to fund this. It looks like it's related to the display sometimes. I just wonder if it's a RAM problem. There's always things going wrong. So yeah, this type what we're going to do today, I guess. X support finally got back to me after what? How many months was that? So yeah. What's I going to do there? Saying, can you explain it in more detail? So I did that with snapshots and things, but not heard back. So I got the eye operation in a couple of weeks' time, so maybe I'll get one eye that's functional, or maybe make it worse. I don't know. It's all a bit risky. I may go blind. Who knows? It's all depressing me, actually. All I want to do is sleep nowadays. Just close my eyes because the eyes are sore. Buddy's situation has got worse again. So many things. Everybody else seems to be doing okay though. In ufology, they're creaming in the money. As it always is, the people that tell the truth are always the ones that lose out, and the ones that are pretending to tell the truth always make lots of money and can live of it. Living of it would be amazing, wouldn't it? So you could do it full time and afford everything. Just a dream, pipe dream, really. As you know, real researchers, UFO researchers don't make any money out of this. I start to wonder about some of the book writers out there too. They seem to be not fact checking things and just publishing any sort of story that anyone tells them. And that's pretty bad. Yeah, so better place my web link. Every stream will be a rant stream. Otherwise, anyway. So there's my website. If it's still functional, I haven't checked it for a while, or if it's been hacked or whatever. I seem to have a lot of dark energy or strange things happening to me lately again. There's a lot of negativity towards my channel out there. In 8 years it's been constant. My name, I should change my name to Trump, because that's how it feels, constantly being got at, you know. Seems nowadays if you do a talking head UFO channel on drama, all the drama and all the infighting and bitching, people just love that. I don't think anyone in ufology is actually interested in finding out the real truth. They're all sort of, you know, the religious people are sort of funding Louis views and all that, I think, because they like to defund the debunkers because they don't believe in aliens and UFOs, most of them. And I'm pretty sure the government funds it as well. Just create a few fake stock accounts funded by the government to cause problems on social media. Distract the people, as it's all about. People get suckered in though in ufology, don't they? Yeah, I think we might be. It's the 1st of September here, but I still think it's in August where you're at. Just seeing if I'd be able to do the 10 free giveaways on YouTube. Not that it really matters much. Let's have a look. Yeah, pop out chat. Where is it? Yeah, so that was a long wait with the flash and blue thing today. Wasn't expecting that to happen, but that's the way it goes, I guess. Let's see, we got free memberships here. I can't quite read it. Nicely done. You gifted all 10. I reckon I should buy some. Yeah, with what? Monopoly money. So it hasn't reset there, so it must be based on American time zone. So it looks like I have to leave it till next week for membership gifting, I think. Unless I clicked the wrong one. I'm not seeing it here in the list. No. So I'll be reading the other screen, but you'll see strange stuff happen on the other screen. As I'm zooming in, you'll see bits of my screen 1 in the process. So yeah, there's not much I can do there by the looks of it. So I'll leave it for next week if I remember. Better put in that comment there. But pop-up gets in the way. Oh no, they keep changing things, so it keeps getting worse for the wear. Anyway. Some strangeness happening there. Is it all working? Yeah. Well, it seems to be. Yeah, so where is everybody today? Here we go for Pilled. It's dying as much as YouTube is lately. Oh, actually, all of you is only 6 watching. So yeah, been working on my project in between my eye problems, but yeah, it's been a bit of a trickiness plus sorting out all the live shows I did and getting all the original episode videos again. But I created a folder here and gradually filling up so I can then have it in time order. Although I thought my back lump was 2020, so maybe I got that wrong. So this is where you document things, because your dates and times do get muddled up in your head, as I was saying. But this is all the things where I've actually got evidence of things happening. So there's quite a lot there I've collected. So that was after the alien greys. Then in the bedroom, I wasn't sleeping in there because I switched bedrooms summer and winter, because one room gets too hot to sleep in and the other one's nice and cool. But I've basically been sleeping in the other bedroom non-stop now. And just use this room here for live shows and whatnot, relaxing or whatever. But yeah, so this one was the sound, which sounded like even the mouse or something being touched on the desktop here where the PC was, and then you see this orb flow up. Fast moving orb. So that was the one that created a flash of light for about four frames of video. Also, when I was sleeping in the room, I think back then, and it looked like an alien grey head. A miniature alien grey head, pareidolia, I don't know, but who knows. Bright blob flash moving wind. Don't think there's going to be 0 there. Wind doors open. What was that one? I think it's meant to be window. No. What's that one? Bright blob fast moving. I'll have to check that one out again. And then we got the goat grey, where we got a picture of a demon as well as alien greys after enhancing the video, but I found some more evidence in that one, so I have to go over it. Kitchen, we had a fast orb that went streaking through the frame, 3 o'clock in the morning, and then another month on, same day, which is the same date almost, a month on, we get the white apparition that turns on the hallway sensor lights. So yeah, that one's a wee bit suspect because the quality of the hallway overhead camera wasn't the best compared to the kitchen cameras and whatnot. These light bulb cameras are not the greatest. Camera blackouts, so that's a strange one, where happened twice in the night with like a half an hour gap in between, I think it was, or 20 minutes. Yeah, I said that almost looked like they're blacking out the cameras and beaming me up and putting a avatar in place. But yeah, if, that was a strange one where we could actually see, because there was a camera on the opposite side of the room that didn't capture anything. Or did it? I think there was some problem with the corrupted video or something strange happened. Can't quite remember now. But it did show the infrared LED, the brightest part of it, on the other camera across the way, even though it got blacked out, which is very strange, to say the least, especially if it's a camera artifact. All comes through curtains. So that's a really bright orb, very fast moving. Passes over my bed and heads towards the cupboard, which is an interesting one. So once you start doing a timeline of these things, but yeah, I'll put it all together so you can actually see the footage all in one video. And then we got the blondes that started showing up. Alright, then I got the UFO. It passed, when I was doing a skywatch, past a star really fast. There's no way it could have been a plane. And on the map there was no planes heading in that direction. They're out of scope, basically outside of the camera range, the ones that were. Yeah, the Nordics then showed up, and I managed to capture one in the bedroom. And I've done some more analysis on that one. I'll just quick show you some of the stuff I was working on here. But I need to take screen snapshots of the other ones where I drew them and created a identikit of each of them. But anyway, yeah, so I did some re-imaging here. I took 3 frames from the video at the key point of when the apparition was just starting to fade, and this is what I got. The girl was standing here, blonde girl apparition, and you can see I got rid of a lot of the pinkiness that was there. There's the clock on the wall. You can see the cupboard a bit better now, but you can see clearly there's an outline that looks like a face of a person and some long hair and the arm and hand here. You got to remember it was so low light, I had to do some clever image processing on it to get it to show up. And then I drew some lines around it a bit better than last time, so you can actually see what I mean. But yeah, so I got to go through and create an episode on that one. And what was that one? I think it's just a copy of the other one. But anyway, you can see I've been working what I can. Now this is the sort of evidence that people still say that doesn't exist, but yeah, a few ghost hunter shows are now capturing some very interesting footage as well on FLIR and the full spectrum cameras and all the other new tech that's available there. Hey Michael, wasn't sure if you're going to show. I saw someone was playing games there. How's it going? It was a rough start again today. It's been a rough week actually. It's hard to get motivated and do a show nowadays. Then you get all the problems of launching and find that the stream and such have changed the way they do the coding, and you have to update it on your side of the things. But yeah, and of course I got other people's sightings here as well, which I can't debunk, or as far as I'm concerned were legit ones, and that was the alien grey over the water and the UK disc. So there's bound to be more out there. But yeah, what was that one there? Moving. Don't know what I was trying to say there on the. So that's the problem with eyesight. Sometimes you make typos and. Let's see. I got pings. Well, there should have been a video there too, which is kind of interesting. Maybe I didn't get a video of this one. Alright, that one there. It's very similar to the other one that comes through the curtain actually. I think that one passed over me, then I woke up or something. Something strange happened that night. So again, it's going towards the cupboard. That's quite interesting. Of course, that wouldn't be evidence to people like Lou Reviews, but that apparition girl, I think, is pretty spot on to what I saw. And even though the camera wasn't the best, you know, reanalyzing it seems to still pop up that apparition. Sound and orb, so that one there will be a video only probably. Yeah, so that was the one where it sounded like something playing around on the table. I'm not sure if you've seen the latest of Joss Gates' Expedition X, but they did a 2-part episode on some insane asylum they're going. I can't remember what it was called. And the second episode, they set up all the stuff on like a theatre room on the stage, and then stuff gets thrown off the stage. It was quite hilarious. So I don't know if that was paranormal or not, but they certainly had lots of EMF pods and things triggering. It's well worth having a look at it, see what you think. They certainly had the skeptic wondering. I'd love to see people, all these skeptics like Lou Reviews and Mick West tag along to some investigations like that and see if they can explain it away. Yeah, it was like a projector wheel. She was doing this old photographs of the place when it was used as a hospital. And suddenly the ring pops out of the projector, flies across the room. So maybe there's an image of someone didn't like to see, like a doctor or something. They did a doctor was doing experiments on patients with a hook that goes through the nose and they're pulling out brain material. As you know, what's it called? Botanicity or botan? What is it called? Where they take out the frontal lobes. Pretty disgusting stuff, really. One that flew over the cuckoo nest. I've not seen that movie. It's pretty good to ever watch. Yeah, the kitchen one. I forgot about that one. So there's, because this is all the evidence where I got video of it. that backs up the experience. I've got other ones where I've had experiences and seen things, but I never managed to get any video of it, unfortunately. And that was the first 3 tall whites, unfortunately. So yeah, this one as this streak of light disappears heading towards the bedroom I'm sleeping in. So I don't know what this is. I can't remember seeing any flies or bugs flying around, so I didn't really think much of that one. But I think sometimes if you look at the dates, there's some meaning in the dates, you know, or it might be the night before. And there you go, look, 5 and 25 seems to be some sort of pattern happening. So that was on the same night of the bright orb, and then we got the goat man. And then the dates seem to be all over the place again. Yeah, it's interesting, but we'll get there. Eventually I'll get the episode done. Still got bits and pieces to get, as you can see, from all the live shows, you know, scattered throughout all the live shows as it's happened. I've sort of documented it the next day or whatever. Why is it not gone back? Yeah, so all that's documentation has happened since I got the cameras, of course. Apart from the lump one, that was the time I started buying the cameras after that alien grey visit. But yeah, I didn't have enough of them to cover the kitchen. I didn't think of putting one in the kitchen when the tall white showed up. Yeah. I think, what was the date on that? Tall whites. So, alien greys were February, I think it was. I thought it was 2020, but it might be 2022. I have to try and find the original videos where I was talking about it. And the blondes showed up. Of course, that was the last one. The other ones showed up months before then, so it would have been either 4 or 5 months after the lump. 5 months, maybe 6 months. No, this seems too long. I think it was 4 or 5 months. So I have to find that out, document it. So it's happened all in that period, you know. Well, that's 23 too. Sorry, I'm not right with the dates here. I'm going to have to check this up. Blondes were in the same... I thought we were in the same month, but maybe I did the experiment with the tall whites. So this is a problem with memory. I have to dig it all up and just make sure the dates are in the right format. I thought it was 4 months after the alien greys that I did the experiment, asking tall whites to show up if during the day if any exist out there, and they started showing up every couple of weeks. So one would show up in the door frame. So it must be at least 4 in New Zealand, I guess. But I'm pretty sure, or 4 in the area, maybe. Or just that maybe they're just listening in and thought 4 of them would show themselves for some reason. I don't know. It's really strange. This whole thing's strange. Yeah, according to Lou Reviews, I've got a mental problem though. Anyone that's seeing aliens and UFOs, according to him, need to see a shrink. It's probably related to sleep problems, or even though it's during the day, some of the footage has been captured. Stupid people in ufology, there really is, and these debunkers are just getting worse. It's been disappointing, really. I used to be a skeptic, but I've always kept the middle ground, and I still do. I still debunk my own stuff. That light coming on, I always said it could be possibly a fault in the circuit, and I still think it might be a problem in the circuit. But the problem is you just don't know if they caused the fault in the first place. Because I've had so many power supplies blow up on cameras, and cameras die on me. It's an interesting field, right? Don't get sucked into all the negative stuff that's happening out there in the field right now. All the drama, all the things talking about is Lou's book. Who gives a shit about it? It's full of errors. It's full of lies. It's full of war stories of his. There's nothing, no evidence of anything in it about UFOs or aliens. Just that little folder alone there, I've got more evidence than they have. So yeah, I suppose I better carry on. How have I been? Oh, you missed the intro. I've been through all that already. Been a bit rough, and it's still a bit rough. Like I said, I haven't managed to do the episode because I've had a lot of eye issues this week, and I've got some technical problems happening with the equipment that sometimes the display corrupts. So I think my time here is very limited, but I got operation in 2 weeks, so let's see what happens. Maybe the eyesight will get worse or better. But yeah, it's just depressing that I worked so hard on this channel, and so few pay any attention to what I have to offer. Yeah, there's a dark element out there that's bringing down my channel for sure. If I try and get someone on for an interview, they ignore me. It's like I'm on a sort of a private blacklist out there that don't go on his channel. When they're quite happy to team up to give all these shills and promote each other. Yes, when I try and get people on to help ease me having to do the whole show, reading it all and presenting it all, it'd be nice to get some guests that had their experiences and come on and talk about it or whatever. They all chicken out. They're all scared of me. So I think someone there has been doing some harm towards my channel and brand. People say brand. I don't like calling it brand. I'm just the average Joe in this UFO community that's trying to suss it all out, right? And trying to get others to come on board and think the same way and get rid of all the noise so we can concentrate on the real stuff and actually get people in to investigate it themselves. You just got to save up and buy the cameras and gear, and then you'll start to see the problems you have with it all. Don't take my word for it. Do it yourself, and you see that files get deleted, or cameras simply die, or they malfunction when they shouldn't do, and it's crazy field. But anyway, Shelly was saying that she had a dog put down last time I heard from her, so it reminded me to do an update on Charlie Roo, my dog, who almost got put down a year ago, and he's been hanging in there. Seems to have got better, but dogs his age can go downhill pretty quick. But you can see he's quite happy at this stage. I'm going to miss him When he goes, of course, he's like my main buddy. Even though he's annoying at times. He's quite happy out in the sun here, scratching his back or whatever he's trying to do. It's hilarious. A year ago today, he was almost put down because he couldn't walk. We thought maybe his time was up. He's 14 years old. He's got a big lump on his lipoma or cyst on his belly there, and he's got one on his leg. So yeah, they seem to be stable at the moment. But with pills of prednisone and probiotics, bacterial pills, it helped out with his joints and nerves, and he could walk again. I think he had... The camera's terrible mic on it, makes me sound sissy. It's an ear infection also that was making him sick and unbalanced. I think it's cleared it up. He's into a new habit at the moment. He's becoming a wee bit forgetful and memory loss going on now. He's 14 and a half. We call him Biden Charles now. He even walks into door frames, just like Biden. So we call him Biden Charles. But yeah, Shelly had her dog put down because it was a kidney problem or something, and it was 15 years old. So yeah, I'm not sure how long we got Charlie for. As you can see, he comes into my bedroom and drags me off out to do night walk every night pretty much. So the door bursts open because I haven't had it, I sort of have it closed but not locked. So he bursts the door open, it slams against the wall, and he just stands there and groaning until I take him out, right? So we got a dog. And he doesn't like to be on camera. You can only catch him really good on outside cameras when he doesn't realise he's being recorded. Charlie woo. Annoying to go out for a walk, huh? Charlie, you're not gonna look. 10 o'clock at night. You can always tell the time on him. When they talk about guard dog, I call him a watchdog because you can always go by time. When he shows up, it's about 9:30 to 10 o'clock at night. Psst, 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 psst. You ain't gonna look. Charlie. 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 He's sod, isn't he? He was sod. He doesn't like the camera. He won't like being filmed. Anyway, so I put those up there to give you an update. In fact, those shorts there of the dog gave me like 1,000 views compared to like 10 views on my UFO episode. These ones here, look, just have a look at the views. You can tell what Google does. So this one here, I recaptured it on another phone, on the smartphone, and I managed to get 100 views on it. Normally it gets like 10 views on the alien grey one. So I managed to sneak through some of the censorship on YouTube there. And the other one, I think, which is longer, reckons it's got 0 views there. Can't be true, can it? Oh, 8 views. 8 views. 8 views. There you go. That's generally what happens with my UFO videos, right? So, yeah. Anyway, moving on. So if Shelly shows up, then you might want to say sorry about hearing about a dog. Not sure if he's out there now. I will be back later, half gaming with son to take care of. Okay, so we're losing people. Addiction is a problem. Addiction on games and everything else, right? Spending money. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, we got a bit to go through, I guess. So I got the Bob Jacobs stuff to go over. Might leave that later, but we might look at the ghost story when I've got some lunch to eat, maybe, and then Bob Jacobs at the end. So here we go. NASA discovers a long-sought global electric field on Earth. So this came out this week, and looks like it's got problems with formatting on the page here for some reason. Let's see if I can read it out. So this always makes me question space being bent. You know, the Einstein theory of space-time nonsense. When they start discovering new things that they didn't know exist, which could be the problem why the clocks on the satellites' time is being affected, even though they got shielded and it's not perfect, and they don't know what the dark energy is or dark matter is, and obviously satellites are going to be passing through that as well. There's all sorts of other factors that's going to come into play that affects atomic clocks, you know. That's what they use on the satellites. But anyway, call me a fringe scientist as you want. I'm just saying, always question everything out there about gravity. And of course, now we've got a problem with the mouse not zooming in. It's scrolling the page because of stupid Google or Chromium. And let's reset that. Okay, let's see how we go this time. There. Can we zoom in now? We can, without it scrolling. So annoying that they take the horizontal thumb wheel control when we should be able to customize it in the browsers. So, key points. Let's see, I've got to get to its size where I can read it. A rocket team reports the first successful detection of Earth's Ambola electric field, a weak planet-wide electric field as fundamental as Earth's gravity and magnetic fields. First hypothesized more than 60 years ago, the bipolar electric field is a key driver of polar wind, a steady outflow of charged particles into space that occurs above Earth's poles. But also part of this is, you know, all those lightning storms we have creates these spikes that burst out way into space. And I think they're part of protecting Earth or regenerating the field around Earth as well, to do with electric field. This electric field lifts charged particles into an upper atmosphere. So do electric storms, right? And heights that would otherwise reach may have shaped our planet's evolution ways yet to be explored. Exactly. we're just babies in science field. Still lots to figure out and discover. Using observations from NASA's suborbital rocket. Blah blah blah. Not sure if we really need to read out much more of this. Weak electric field. Scientists theorize this electric field should begin around 150 miles, 250 kilometers altitude, where atoms in the atmosphere break apart into negatively charged electrons and positively charged neutrons. Okay, we've got a diagram showing the electrons on the atom. Doesn't seem to be doing much though. Okay, so I'll just post a link to that article. Is it NASA? I don't know. Got NASA logo on it. Explore. I guess it's a NASA website. Shrink that back down. Shelly, we're just talking about you. I told everybody to say sorry to hear about your dog having to be put down. And I was just showing Charlie View's videos. You probably just missed it. You have to scroll back. Thank you. Liver felt much care to yours. Alice has survived cancer. Soon and Monolith on Phobos has my attention. Not that again. Haven't I debunked all those ones before? More. Have you got links to that? So I'll have a quick look to see what you're talking about. Wouldn't accept my for a couple of minutes on your unknown like hitter. Well, thank you. So you were around when I was talking about you. See, people's ears burn when I talk about them. If I talk about Goofon, he might show up. God forbid. But I think he's blocked still. He kept abusing me on the YouTube comments. It just got ridiculous. Anyway, I'm not like that. I don't. I just call out bullshit, you know. Say that's a lie, or I don't attack the character, you know. Apart from saying that lying, but I don't attack them physical appearance or whatever. He'd call me fat and all sorts of strange names. But anyway, it's like being at high school going. Well, actually pre-high school. High school was actually quite good. Yeah, so we're talking about this electric field found. So what else are they finding is the question. Yeah, we'll get to videos in a minute. Okay, so this is from Black Vault, I think. Has he deleted it? Something strange going on there. I just don't like X. There we go, now it's got the header. That's really strange. Anyway, there's a lot of niggles of it. So yeah, this is talking about Lou again, that people still don't believe what Green Streak is saying. But I can understand why. Because the government people that cover up everything, and there's people that works inside the organization that delete files. So yeah, if he's thinking that government is a reliable source of information and what they say is actually the truth, I can see why no one believes what he's saying here. But I guess if there's a paper trail that backs up what he claims, back and forth between emails between Lou and the government or whatever, then it's a bit more hard to fake that, because it's including the guy that's claiming that's all untrue in the first place. So the Pentagon has responded to claims made by Lou Osondo in a memo he sent to Pentagon superiors just before his resignation in 2017. The memo was released to Black Vault after he won a long FOIA battle. UFO believers claim the memo is proof Elizondo ran a Pentagon UFO program named ATIP. The Pentagon, whoever says no, they say the memo was unsolicited and is full of factual inaccuracies. My questions to Pentagon and their responses. First paragraph of the memo, page 5 of PDF above, says that in 2018. So he's just sent him a memo, copy of it. Is ATIP the name of the program Congress funded in 2008? If not, what was the name of the program? Response, as noted in the Historical Record Report Volume 1, available at the arrow.mil website, DoD called the program that Congress funded in 2008 Advanced Aerospace Weapons System Applications Program, or SAP for short. The first paragraph of the same name also says 2007 continues to consider ATIP a priority. Question 2, was ATIP considered a priority? Response, no. As noted, ATIP was never an official program. Okay, question 2, was ATIP ever considered a priority? And I already read that one, didn't we? No? Oh, right, it's 2 questions. Question, I don't know, in the email from, alright, question 3. Did Nell Tipon have any responsibilities for ATIP? No. And it goes on and on and on. And posted this video. But I said here, it don't mean that ATIP did exist outside the Pentagon or a name hobby group used or disinformation agents. You know, you never trust government. Why? It's called Cover-Up. So no one's hit a like on those. So this is a problem with the mentalness of ufology out there. At least ATIP knew the gimbal incident took place at night. OSAP nicknamed ATIP shut down in 2012. The gimbal incident occurred in 2015. Yep, so you can't be right there, can he? Okay, at least the effort within DoD to collect and analyse knew the gimbal's incident took place at night. What evidence exists showing this DoD effort? Okay, written, published word. ATIP was a made-up nickname for OSAP, a non-UFO program which shut down in 2012. Elizondo was not involved. I have to differ on that because, as I said here, Stratton was part of ATIP and Lou's boss, according to McGowan. So there's an interview McGowan did with Stratton where he said, or hinted at, the program did exist. And Lou was his go-get man. I was an influencer to get things done. Sounds a bit like the Men in Black, doesn't it? So maybe he was a Man in Black. Wonder if he's got a black suit in the cupboard. So he'd go and nudge on certain government people that refused to release UFO reports, and Stratton would then get it. So I'm not sure how Lou did that, but obviously some underhandedness going on. Yeah, so if you're not up with all that Lou nonsense because of the book now's come out saying still the same stuff, we'd have to question it, right? Geez, lunch already. I've only just started. Thanks. What is the time anyway? So it's only 12. We're getting earlier lunches. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I will post the link to this and let people catch up on it if you're new to Sondo and ATIP lies. So I don't really know what the truth is. Can you even trust FOIAs, you know? And as we saw in the other thing I did, is that the bosses often said, do not, on the silos, do not create any reports, so it's logged. And basically probably what happened, probably the managers destroyed any reports and got it rewritten so it sounded like just a normal outage rather than related to UFOs, right? Kind of scary that they would do that, but there's people out there that have their own agendas and motives in the UFO field, and some are so religious they believe that aliens are demons and shouldn't be studied and all that because it gives them power, because they believe what the Catholic Church tells them. This one's lost its header too, is it? I think it's from me re-quoting it. I know, UFO interest. So yeah, this is one doing the rounds again, the TR3B. Will now release and authenticate footage taken in 2009 near Paris, France. A cell phone by attendee of the classified showing of the US TR3B alien. And let's have a look. Okay, so you might have seen this one being shown with DeLong. And it says CGI. You know, it's funny how they can zoom in and keep it in focus. I don't think there was anything out of focus, right? Yeah. There's a wee bit out of focus, but normally it's a lot worse than that, right? You can't tell that's CGI. You must need mental help. You need to go and see a shrink. Yeah, so yeah, it's just a model, FX model. You know, none of the witness sightings of TR3 ever see a big blob of light in the middle. That's a sphere like that. Although some have seen spheres and out pops a TR3B, where the sphere is like a portal beginning, and then it creates a field where the craft can pop out. Which is possible. Plasma energy, right? Plasma would be what they use to form wormholes. Yeah, for interest is posted here. Fact 1, the quick photo, which is at the beginning there, the thumbnail, is the artwork already exposed of my timeline image flipped horizontally. Fact 2, the footage in the old graphic emanation. So he's saying it's CGI. And there's the original image, I guess, on a magazine, is it? Artwork for the cover of the 1986 issue of Discover magazine. And of course we know that background image of the hangar originally had planes here on the tarmac, and they just replaced it with Photoshop. You know, so keep out for that. It's doing the rounds again. Wasn't it shown on some podcast recently as well? Another Tom DeLonge epic fell. Yeah, I think it was posted elsewhere too. Is it Matt Ford, the new UFO believer, Shill promoter? Could have been. Oh, we're finished with that one anyway. Coming soon, and all if goes well, it's coming soon. This is green. Black Vault. We've lost the header again. People are tired of the coming soon op-eds and empty, undelivered promises. If someone can change the world and how humanity sees itself in the cosmos, then just bloody do it. Sounds like an Australian type sentence there. Maverick von Rickenkampf. What a name. That's the guy that hassles McQuest, so good on him in my book. But yeah. More promises from Ross Cohart, is it?
Lou's talked about Roswell before. He's basically said Roswell was real. What's the evidence? What do you say to that? What do you say to that suggestion? Where's the evidence?
Ross,
Hey, I'm producing it.
I agree completely, and I've been in touch with Lou and other folks, and I suspect we may be learning more if certain legal elements are addressed. We may be learning more, and I'll have more to say about that in a Hill piece coming up soon.
Lou's talked about Roswell.
All talk, no evidence. What's the next one? I have to reload it, bullets. I'm just going to munch on a few bits. Bryce Sable. Didn't he turn to the dark side, that guy? Isn't he working with Shills now? As I understand it, underwater objects were observed during the Nimitz encounter, going 460 miles per hour. The fastest ever nuclear sub, I believe, has never clocked more than 43 miles per hour. So basically, someone is operating something that 10 times as fast as what we... So I looked into that claim, and I found this information. The Russians VA 111 powered super Cavalitan torpedo is reported capable of speeds of over, so what we're talking about here, 400 miles per hour. So that can do 230 miles per hour underwater, so that's like 4 times faster than a submarine. So what else could exist we don't know about? If you create a vortex like tornado, I think it can go faster. Experiments by Schauberger was playing with. So I've covered Schauberger before and his vortex engines. So if you click on that, we have a look at what other people said from Jay Stratton's report. And here we go. Someone else knows about Schauberger, how do you say that word? A Victor anyway, and his Trout Drive, now Vortex Impeller, had a handle on this in the 1950s. And of course this looks like one of those ghost rockets. But it had all this internal. So it created like a tornado in front of it, which sucked it up the craft towards it all the time. How he did that, I don't know. I think he used heated steam and a motor that spun it into a little mini tornado in front of it. So it would never get a sonic boom. But I have got episodes on that if you want to go and have a watch. But yeah, I don't think Fravor actually saw anything under the water. He saw the water bubbling, didn't he, with the tic-tac above it. What's Ross Colehart saying? Witnesses of 2004 tic-tac UFO sighting with well shocking new information. So let's have a look. Kevin Day, what's his name? Cahill. What's the new evidence, I wonder? It's funny how there seems to be new evidence or stuff tacked on when they could have revealed it all in one go, right? Well, they've got to keep their grift going. Anyway. There might be some interesting comments there somewhere. If it was not non-human intelligence tech, might have been the precursor to a US Navy system called Nemesis. Well, we know there's a manta ray thing that goes very fast on the water, but I'm not sure what speed that was doing. Of course, things can go faster on the water if they haven't got people inside. Let's say we probably ain't going to get... So they're saying, according to that, it does up to 140 miles per hour, so it's still 3 times slower than the claim of 400. But again, they've probably got something better than that. They always reveal the old stuff that they've finished mucking around with, and they're still working on the newer stuff in private. Anyway, moving on. UFOman, what do you think of this one? If you can't see what this is, you shouldn't be in ufology, I don't think. It's terrible sound on it. I had some munching sounds that might make it sound better. Where'd it go there? Was an error. It went behind something that wasn't visible. Where'd it go there? Let's run it through some filters. Even just doing that, what do you think? It looks so CGI faked. It looks like a game rendering, doesn't it? It's really windy, but I don't see any trees in the background moving a wee bit. Yeah, all that wind there, we should see the branches swaying around like crazy. No branches. It's all totally black, which shouldn't happen. Then it popped out something that's totally black. Hasn't lost the filter, is it? Ah, may have done. No. So like it's gone even darker or something. Let's see if we can lighten it up a bit more. Yeah, what's happening? The wrong one, did I? Can't seem to make it any brighter. Make some brightness. Oh, there we go. We can just get a wee bit more. Oh, I see how it disappeared. It's gone behind something there. This is what you call 100% faked video. So these trees here should be swaying around a wee bit. So yeah, I suppose it could be AI generated. So what is it? So let's have a look at that. So you might remember me covering Carlos Diaz UFO. Well, it turns out that someone in his city makes these coloured glass light fittings using this special method of a glass blower blows in a mixture of this coloured dye, which makes this funny orange and yellow pattern. I have played it on bus live streams. So it's basically a lampshade, and what he did is he used he would go out where a tree was and sort of make a miniature tree of it. That's what he did to fake it. He used a lampshade, and he made these miniature trees, but like Billy Meyer. Very close match, but never 100%. You can never match it 100% from the video to the daytime footage of the same tree. So, yeah. Created with CapCut. So did he actually create the video, or did he actually just edit into his own episode with that? I don't know. Doesn't really make it clear, does it? But yeah, let's have a look at the comments. That is amazing. Beautiful. I wish I saw that here in North Wales. Yeah, me too. I'd like to get it on my camera. It's already set up there waiting for it. So he's calling it rare raw footage of Tepozatlan UFO in Mexico. What the hell is that? Is that meant to be an alien species? And let's just see if we can find out about it. No, it looks like it's a city name. So we don't know what the aliens are flying at. Light beings. But yeah. Anyone added any useful comments here? Very nice. This is one that should be put through a lot of scrutiny, you reckon, mate? If found real, that honest, that's insanely amazing. He's got a typo like I normally do. Thanks, Tim, for this mind-blowing footage. You can always tell someone that's a regular weed smoker while watching UFO videos at the same time. Oh, wow, it's real. I took a picture of a similar object and have seen the craft close up. You lying bastard. Show us your pictures then. Give it to UFOman, he'll put it up into an episode. Once again, great capture, Tim. To my mind, what we are seeing is the propulsive field around a ship lit up. Yeah, it's called a lampshade. These ships must have some sort of field encapsulated in them. That's nuts. Yeah, it sure is. Looks good, Tim. Translate to English. I wonder if it's a load of swear words. I ain't gonna click it. Not much to say other than that's amazing. Well, that's new to me. Where's Gabba-Beast? Come on, Gabba-Beast. Is he there? No, Gabba-Beast. We want Gabba-Beast expert opinion on it. Yeah, he's let us down again. I don't think he's put up anything else apart from that in the last week. Apart from the usual crap. Bizarre, the original whistleblower. Richard Doty. So what do we got here? Epic UFO compilation. 2 boys witness 3 aliens in 1945. I wonder what that one is. It looks like it's from a news thing. So that's the only other 2 things he's done here. Compilation of all the crap videos. Volcano planes. Who's this? Ooh, loud music.
When like a lightning showed up.
The glow of a mushroom cloud could be spotted up to 150 miles away.
Isn't that a fake story? They definitely picked the ET's interest. Although, wasn't that all to do with Trinity and all that, which turns out to be a fake story? No factualness to it. Hey, he's got a super thanks. No one ever gives me super thanks comments. You can do those anytime. You know, you don't have to be live to get them. Thanks for the great clip. Yeah, who is it? He hasn't given us a name.
Hey.
He knocked me to the ground.
A month later, Jose and a playmate were riding on his father's ranch and heard another boom.
Jose.
I told my friend, it must be another test from the bomb. And he says, no, it's not a bomb. Look at the smoke coming out of the ground.
It appeared to be coming from an avocado-shaped aircraft. This is an artist rendering.
All of a sudden, 3
Didn't they have cameras back then?
little, I would say, kids got up of it. They were kind of sashaying and running around in circles.
He says they resembled extraterrestrials he's since seen in the movies.
They walk like us, but they look like a fire ant standing up.
So he looks like native Indian, doesn't he?
Jose and I recently met up at a favorite spot of his, the Griffith Park Observatory.
Did you have any fear of these creatures?
No, sir. They had crashed at my father's ranch.
Roland Heights Retreat. This was like a copyright documentary anyway.
They return to their viewing ridge day after day.
We were hiding behind cactuses.
Jose says when soldiers took a break from cleanup, he and his friends entered the craft. The creatures were gone.
Watching a nuclear test.
But something else caught his eye.
There was like a little dial.
Jose yanked it out.
I took the part and hid it in my garage.
Chemical testing in 2015 by Frontier Analysis, based out of Ohio, revealed that the artifact was composed of aluminum mixed with silicon and copper. Now, that's a common metal mix found in engine parts, but...
So not pure aluminium or aluminum like on the other show.
The report went on to say that even though the isotopic ratios are terrestrial, an extraterrestrial source for the metals is not ruled out.
No one knows.
So what he saw may have been an experimental black ops craft as well.
That's what it is.
What do you say to people who might think that you're crazy and the story is not true?
Well, I've had a lot of people say that.
It's actually very common to be called crazy.
Jeffrey Kripal is a professor of religion
Sure
at
is.
Houston's Rice University and founder of the campus's Archives of the Impossible. Kripal calls Jose an experiencer.
An experiencer is someone to whom something remarkable or extraordinary has happened. It's usually used...
We know.
Paula Harris disagrees. Her book, Trinity, details
It was the Trinity one. Yeah, let's go back.
what she calls
very strong...
Where does it start?
scientific inquiry.
Paula Harris disagrees. Her book, Trinity, details what she calls compelling evidence, including
the exact location. It was a circular spot where nothing would grow.
Her co-investigator on the book is Dr. Jacques Vallée. He's a French astronomer.
Gotta be careful of that. They always like to copyright Close Encounters music. I just wonder he's got that up though. There's a news report though. It should be fair use, shouldn't it? So yeah, that Trinity case. Let's have a look. It's been well proven to be fake. Was it 1945? Nuclear testing. Now I have to put UFO in. So they've got a Wikipedia on it. And the crash location. There's a crash spaceship story, come conspiracy theory, come. Now that's hilarious. Set in August 1945. Yeah, the Trinity test. First atomic bomb. So that would have to be the Indians that were downwind. I wonder if he ever got any radiation sickness, that kid, but you know. He seems to look alright. He's got to a rare age there. The legend was published in 2003 and was widely publicised in 2021 book by long-time ufologist Jack Valet and Paula Harris. So yeah, it's no surprise that it's on UFOman's channel. Without any counter claims or checking the background. Yeah, well, why would he be lying about it though? That's kind of... I don't know. Why would old guy still keep lying about it? Unless he's still being paid, of course. That would make it sick. So if he talked about it, he might lose his pension or all the extra money he's living on to keep him as a disinformation guy. Day after sighting, two boys were unable to yes, they had too many tasks that day. And then they're talking about that Jose guy. So he returned, did he? So once there, the two adults entered the object. After 5 or 10 minutes inside, they accepted the craft. Very disturbed without talking about what they had seen. On the 4th day, Sunday, 19th, Pallades received a visit from military men. Here's a check if you keep quiet about it, lad. First, according to reports, work began in August. A road and a whole wide gate were built at the same time. So is that the UFO that got buried? That's got a building around it now. Is that what the Roscoe Hut has been talking about? We did cover the real investigation on this in a past live with Robert, so if you've not seen it, I can't remember what all the claims were now, but criticising. The thing is, we've got Brian Dunn in here, which is not a credible source at all. He's really poor debunker. A literary hoax made up by people. Why is my mouse not going that way? I can't quite read that now. Who knew they were making it up. Not a distorted memory, not honestly misinterpretation experience, but a straight up hoax. Stunning. Basis his claim and details, first published on May 1st, 2023 by independent journalist Douglas. That's the one we covered. And followed by several further reports. There are other problems with the whole story too, such as Eddie supposedly the state trooper who picked through the wreckage with the family had actually been in Europe fighting in World War II. So there's all these factual errors that kind of makes it sound made up, or it's a cover-up. The thing is though, Jack Fillet, I think, would jump on any UFO case that he believed in and back it, even if it was totally faked or really highly suspect. I was always a bit suspect of that one about the boy in, was it Brazil? Saw a UFO land, and he walks up to it, and there's a normal ladder for humans to climb up, not a ramp, not any levitation beam. And so he climbs up to the ladder and sees these silver grey suit men with a mask that goes straight to the nose, with the hose pipe straight to the nose, which is not how you do protective suits whatsoever. You don't have a pipe going to your nose on your helmet, because it gets in the way and you can't move. You always have it on the back so it's out of the way, and they're carving up meat that they've captured or whatever. It's a bit like the Predator movie, pre-Predator movie. So I always thought if Jack Belay believed that kid's story, then he's gullible. And what else is he gullible on? And it seems to be like the Trinity case that was badly researched, full of factual errors in it, which Paul Harris never picked up by the bollocks of it. So yeah, he hasn't put Trinity in the name there. I wonder why. Anyway, enough on UFOman. Looks like that's all we got, apart from probably live shows. That's probably what he's doing. Alien intruder, roaring. All these people telling stories with no evidence. John Myler. All these people are trying to sell something though. That totally puts me off of these people. Jim Goodall. Here's another one that works for Third Phase. I can push my mic further up again. Preston, he's another one that's knocking out books with some dubious stories in them. Jesse Marcel's even on there, you poor bugger. They don't realise what damage they do to their reputation by going on some UFO grifters channel. Professor A.V. Loeb, yeah. What a sucker. There's a whole heap of them there. So yeah, they should go on secure team in Third Phase and just really pack in the views there and sell products, because their reputation is toast being on UFOman. Third Phase, putting up the usual crap. Suppose you can skim through that. Maybe start with the latest one and work backwards maybe. Let's have a quick look. Do a quick check. Anybody out there? It's still not scrolling. It doesn't scroll the bot. Maybe it's something to do with the bot. I don't know. Something strange going on there. Here we go on the counter here. So we got one YouTube viewer. Who's out there? Yeah. Anyway, I'll just carry on normal. Third phase of turds.
Welcome back to Third. creature almost, and it seems.
Oh no, they got the dumb redhead back. It really looks like something that's in the sky.
To have this transparent effect where part of.
I suppose she's going to marry her. She's going to be like a fixture on the shows now.
Parts of it seem transparent, but.
So, what garbage have we got? What is it meant to be? That looks like a kid's toy, doesn't it? Brent's got that hanging on fishing wire and filming it and waiting for the lightning flashes to happen. Although it does kind of look like there's something that's sort of been blended out here, doesn't it? It looks like a streak of light. Is it just me that's seeing it? Almost looks like a streak of cloud cover they've pasted in there to cover up the fishing wire. Well, what is it though? It's weird. I've got a feeling I've seen it before. Is it like from the 1960s, like Buck Rogers, or you know, the toys that you used to get?
But you can almost see some sort of body through the middle, some sort of like skeletal, like I can.
Body in the middle. It kind of looks like a man hanging on there, though, doesn't it? The head, the legs. So I don't know. What is that on the top? Could be. I still think it's a toy. Don't know if it's a balloon, but you just can't discount it because some balloons are based on the toys. Could be a tethered balloon, but just like that door cam one they just put up last week with the Action Man, or actual not Action Man, but like an army toy of some kind.
Almost see like fins
similar
on the side with some sort of like skeletal objects going through the fence. So I don't know. Very interesting.
When I asked the woman who captured this what she thought it was, she was speculating that it could have been harnessing the power from the lightning, and that's pretty.
Yeah, sounds like she's a hoaxer then.
Pretty interesting. You see these power lines, some antennas over there, I think, down to the right.
That's more likely a fishing line going up to the power cable that we're not seeing on the power lines. Dangling there.
And we have speculated that there are reasons for UFO sightings with lightning storms. Now, you're looking at more phenomenon coming in. Behold it.
Most of those UFOs and lightning storms always end up being like people, like storm chasers putting up balloons to try and document the energy in the tornado or whatever. Stupid music. Yeah, what's that to be, you know? Out of focus piece of shit. Kind of looks like backlights of a truck or something.
You know, this to me definitely looks like some sort of ship. I mean, it
I don't know, it looks like a reflection.
like makes me think of something that
Makes me think of something.
Darth Vader or the Dark Side would
Darth Vader.
own because of the red lights. It's pretty wicked looking. You know, I'm wondering, you know, it just
no analysis or anything done really on it, and we've got no date time. There's not much we can do with it, but we can spot errors, and the way that is, it looks like it could be a reflection, and I reckon that might be a seed-in light where you can change the color of them. You got Wi-Fi LEDs, and you can see there seems to be like some sort of curvature happening there. Let's run it, turn on the filters on that one. Where is it? There. Let's see if we can spot anything obvious. Something in the side here, but that thing's in the way now. Seems to be some sort of reflections there, doesn't it? Is it the inside or the outside of the window? I reckon it's going to be semen like that one.
This kind of seems to be a still photo that's kind of zoomed into here. So I'd like to see it move, but you know.
That's why we're not going to see the reflections, because they took a photograph rather than a video, which is kind of stupid. But that's how you do hoaxes, right? Let's cut down the color. Make it darker. I reckon it's a couple of spotlights. One going that way, one going that way. You know, spotlights like this. Normally use it in a lounge or kitchen or whatever. See if we can find the ones I'm talking about. Like these ones here. Two of them close together and with red LEDs on them. Is there any better image? Another example what could be used. Something like that, reflecting on the windows. Let's see, spotlights, kitchen, LED, Wi-Fi. I suppose you can put any type of bulb in really though. So you can change the mood of the kitchen and whatnot. And you control it with your phone or whatever. But all sorts of different designs. That one's quite clever. Strip lighting. I never did buy one of these Wi-Fi ones. Before then it was all infrared. Like a TV remote where you can change the colour. And then the Wi-Fi ones come out. And then you can connect it to Google and all that, and it can turn your lights off and on whenever you want to. Or you can use voice activation, turn on bedroom light, bedroom 1 light. But then again, if it gets hacked, someone could have control of all your house Wi-Fi connected to their system. It's a lot of trust involved, you know. So these ones seem to be all downlights, not spotlights. So here's one. But that one looks like it goes into the ground and they aim up the side of the wall of the house. That's kind of good. That means you can sort of do like a feature wall in the house that makes it look inviting, I guess. I suppose you'd use that sort of thing around hotels, right? For, you know, non-intrusive lighting of reds and other colours. Like this place here, you know, you'd have like different colours for different sections. Around outside swimming pools, that sort of thing. But yeah, that's what I think they've got here. Not too hard to really see why.
No, I'm wondering if it's just kind of stationary, how long it was there, but it does.
I can see there's a middle thing, speckled light happening here. Kind of looks more like spotlights now, doesn't it?
Definitely has a really cool effect with the red lights coming out of the bottom of it, and
Yeah,
it
look,
looks like some sort of disc-shaped object to me.
Yeah, because it would do to you, lady.
Yeah, here we go again. We're rolling the clip. It only lasts a couple seconds, but it kind of gives...
They must be desperate to put shit like that up, eh? So yeah, reset that again to the next one. Where's the next video? Again, kind of looks like a reflection, doesn't it? Did we look at this one before? I've got crumbs everywhere. That's the problem with pastry stuff. Sausage rolls. Looks like a reflection to me. I'm sure I've seen this one years ago. Looks like a ceiling light again.
Now we're cutting to a second angle from the same event.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, ceiling light. All that dramatic nonsense music they keep adding. Does that look more like it could be like spotlights in the ceiling lighting? But they changed the colour of it now. Looks like a spotlight there, the black one, and one there. So it must have like combination light system. Looks like another spotlight there actually. Looks like someone's getting a laugh out of it.
Alright, we don't have much information with regards to the location, or when and where. We just received this earlier today, and we're going to try and find out where this was shot, because we're looking at something that could possibly be one of the greatest videos of what people might call the mothership, and whatever it is, it's up there. I'm not
He's
saying
laughing as well.
It is aliens, but maybe it is. Brandon, are these aliens that we're looking at here? Damn, I wish they were. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. We just don't know.
He's laughing as well. See, all these are scripted. The red-haired two brothers. Now let's move it on.
So apparently this is some sort of phenomenon that rarely happens on planet Earth, and I've never seen it.
Looks like a sun behind the cloud, and you're getting what? Reflections of the sun echoed.
In all our years of looking at phenomenon like this is something really unique, and it's a one-of-a-kind video. I really like.
Almost looks like lens reflection rather than lens flare. Is it going through multiple layers of glass? I think that's how it's done, isn't it?
Like this one.
What I think is really incredible about this is just the fact that it was
multiple images of the sun. I haven't heard of any natural thing. Again, we don't know if it's filmed outside or through a window there. Artifacts. I don't know. It could be natural phenomena through ice crystals, but yeah, I haven't seen anything like that. So I reckon it's glass related. Although it looks like there's something here. What's this? That looks like a string of fairy lights there. Ah, right, multiple exposures. Ah, I suppose that's how they could have done it. Set the duration. And they're just videotaping the end result. And that's why it's changing shading. Again, it's multiple exposures there. Okay, this one's a bit dubious. Yeah, that's the sort of thing you get with Sundog and the Halo 22, but it doesn't look like a Halo 22 they're capturing. So it's got a technical name. They should have just told us so we can look it up. Okay, that one looks like a reflection. Going very similar though. Man photos. Whatever that means. Two suns in Hong Kong. Bizarre spectacle. Baffles. Yeah, but how did you film it? It looks very similar to the other one. Has it got a special name for it? So that looks like the original. You can see the cloud passing through. This one looks like some sort of artifact. So how's it being done? So ice crystals or camera? Baffles the experts speculate. So what's this bullshit here down the side here? That's in the way of what's being said, you know? You know? I tell you, so many stupid things on websites. Still there. I can temporarily get rid of it. So what is it saying? Two orange spheres. While the lower sun had a clearer edges, the upper sun looked slightly blurry and less luminescent. That's why I said the top one looked like it was a artificial one. In the caption, Op recognised that the phenomenon was due to water vapour in the air. Although he only had one image of the two suns, it turned out that he had been taking a few photos in short succession. Okay, so there's the sun, or the cloud moving over the sun, then it splits, then disappears. It's still to explain the rare spectacle. Edison speculated it could simply be a lens issue or even photography trick. Yeah, it could also be a firmware bug in the camera. Where it's merging two frames snapped at the same time onto one frame. But yeah, it could be something similar to the other one that we just saw too. There could be like some sort of a firmware bug where they got certain settings and it's sort of doing a burst of very quick frames and it ends up merging them together. So yeah. Bit like exposure, but it's putting it in the same image when it shouldn't be doing it. Is that another one? Two suns spotted in China. Yes, none going horizontal though. And 4. There's 2 downwards, and then 2 suns. China again, is it? Let's have a look at that one. 2 suns appearing, sunset in Indonesia. Okay. Go away. Double sun. Strange analytic. Otherworldly sight could just be a hoax, but similar optical issues have been. We don't get the rest of it. It's very similar to the 4 one, isn't it? That looks like the real one there, and that one looks like the false one there, but hard to tell. It's certainly brighter. You can see why Planet X always will have people watching them, because they'll be digging up these type of images and put them up. Alien Sunset Artist Concept. See, that one even looks a bit like the photographs. So yeah, you just don't know what's hoaxed or not. Twin Suns, again, that's artwork. But yeah, 4 suns. Let's say 4 images of the sun. Same photo. Where did they get it from? We should be able to find it, you think. They probably got it from Reddit somewhere. But can we find the source? Probably not. So it's always worse when you get second-hand information that doesn't talk about what is a known artifact and the name of it and all that sort of stuff. It means they're hiding stuff. Anyway, carry on. Looks very similar to what we're looking at, though. I've got a feeling that some of this is through glass. So they might be the two anomalies, and that's created a mirror image through the double glazing. Anyway,
seen in China. I know this made major headlines in China, and what I think is important with the connection with China is that throughout time, people in China always
so we saw two of them in that Chinese one. That looked very similar to this one, didn't
observed
it?
what happened in the sky, and they would make a lot of sort of prophecies about.
But there had been a lot of those ones with the buildings in the sky turned out to be some CGI artists. So I'm really a bit suspect on this one. Anyway, I don't want to listen to what she's got to say. It's just garbage what she's got to say.
Each other, and we don't see any kind of drone light.
Don't see much at all, Blake. It's a bunch of crap, isn't it?
Lights like the red or blue or green. We're seeing this.
And whereabouts again is it again? No date, time.
White flash, and it has this.
What direction
kind of
looking?
Horizontal.
Looks like a helicopter just hovering there, rotating. Avoidant light. You probably won't see it.
Reflection coming off.
In fact, it looked like a pulsing light there, didn't it?
The light as it pulsates. And again, both lights.
So that's possibly a distant airplane coming in. And it's just been, again, illuminated funny because of the atmospherics and the water particles and crystals.
Pulsate at the same time. There, check that out. Yeah, exactly. We're looking at this once again in the sequence. Did you just see that?
That was lens flare, the other one, wasn't it?
It merged with the craft and spit it out and then merged back up with the craft and pretty much...
Isn't it just changing the angle of the phone so the lens sphere looks like it moving upwards and diminishing and then joins up?
A split second. Watch very closely here. It's interesting.
See, it's not there now because it hasn't managed to get the lens flare.
It's an orb there, one single orb, and then it's...
Yeah, that's because of rotating the phone.
Spits something out and at a fast rate of speed. That
yeah, because that got brighter. That's the lens flare.
It's kind of interesting when you, like I said, you got to look at this stuff very closely, and you see unusual.
Well, you're not. It's obviously a lens flare, Blake. And he's rotating it. You know, not just moving the phone, but he's actually rotating it in the Z axis plane, which causes the lens flare to change to distances. It's garbage, isn't it?
On your social media right now, tell them there's a lot of UFOs coming.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of fakes and lens flares coming in.
Brent, your make of what's going on in Sao Paulo right now. Yeah, I just got to say...
yeah, that's the one we looked at in past lives, wasn't it?
Thanks to everybody, all our Third Phase of Moon fans. Last video that we posted, it's close to like 50,000 views. Good job.
Good job, guys. You're giving us some bucket money.
What is this? What are we looking at? We're seeing some sort of like illuminated craft that has this kind of...
Yeah, again, it's just not enough information.
Of like white fluorescent light all around it. And
Again, that could be like a ceiling light, couldn't it?
What's interesting is you see this black.
And you're getting, like, instead of a circular fixture, you now got a, you know, one of those, like, square ones, you know, like the box lighting we were just looking at.
Black mass right in the middle. Is this something that you could actually see through?
I don't know. It could be a projection from a top of a building too, couldn't it? What did we come up with this one? I can't remember now. So a reflection. Or a light on a building. Seems to be a lot of light saturation there.
Or is this some sort of just something hiding within the craft?
There's a hole in the middle. That's a square shape of LED lights of some kind.
Itself. Yeah, good call there. Are we actually looking through the craft, or is this maybe some kind of a window looking?
They're talking garbage, aren't they? Is it some sort of window on the craft?
Out of some kind of porthole. I'm not.
It's just a light anomaly. Whether it's on the top of a building or side of a building or reflection, because there seems to be a lot of light source
Not exactly
here.
Sure, but
so I reckon there's a tool. I don't think it's a reflection in the window. This time I think it's one of these high mast lights, which is just out of shot here. That's casting a reflection on the camera lens. That's what it is.
Again, this thing's off at the distance. We're getting a kind of.
You can see there's definitely power lines going to some sort of street lamp, LED lamp.
Side by side comparison to the tower. You got the lit up.
This is what you call devious filming. So it's going to be a high mast light, right? Rectangular. Mass light reflection, you know, lens flare basically. One of these things that's very common now, but what one is it? Where it could be a stack of these ones where some of them have blown out in the middle, and that's what's creating the hole, right? And you're just getting the lights around the outside, you know, like this one here, but the ones, a couple in the middle are blown. That's what I think it is, and unless that guy pans around properly, we won't be able to see it. So it's like one of these ones here where a few in the middle are blown out, and it's creating a strange effect on the video.
Spire there and the clock. What is it, about 7?
Yes, it's good what you can do with filters. So we turn off the filters again. You don't see that high mast light here. It's not really, and you can't see the cables.
15 in this
well,
location.
You can just see the cables.
Like that. And
there you go. One of those square blocks, high mast light with a couple not lit up for some reason. Okay, next one.
Or some kind of energy.
Some sort of energy. Is it called solar energy, any chance? We looked at those ones before, haven't we? No update on it? No, don't be silly. It's on third phase. Again, that looks like a reflection. See that there? You got some sort of strangeness happening. Again, to run it through some filters, I might be able to pick it out. See that there? So you can see it's also a reflection. No reflection.
Life force, maybe plasmic distortion, some kind of plasmic, natural phenomenon. I'm not exactly sure.
Nothing to do with plasmic, that's due to hoaxing. Lights reflecting off windows.
Sure, but it's important that people have their cameras.
So it's good that they showed us the wide shot there, because then we got a clue of what it was. So like the LED reflections, well, that's what. We're back to the Minnon balloon. Oh no, that's the witch balloon. We're back to the witch balloon. The witchy balloon. Recap. Let's see if we can find it. Witch Marla balloon. It's probably called a Halloween balloon though. Oh, there she is. We're looking at this little thing. It's a witch on a broomstick.
All right, once again, a side-by-side comparison. The one to the right, I'm trying to track on to whatever this.
Yeah, you can see the feet there sticking out. And something going up the top here, which I think was the pointy hat and the hair. You want to see a slight turn of this one. Anyway, that's what it is. It's stupid. It really is stupid what this crap this channel puts up. And you can see how out of focus it is.
Strange object is. It's just morphine in different shapes and sizes. At first it looked like the Glock, the bell, then it looks like a humanoid, then it looks like an octopus.
Oh, he said puss on the yeah. A red puss. Okay, let's move on.
More series of lights in the skies, and in the middle of
oh yeah, traffic lamps. No, what do you call it? Street lamps.
Nowhere,
sodium.
it seems to me, and it almost looks like a huge disc.
It looks like a lens flare there. Where's the disc?
Up in the sky here. Brent, what are we looking at?
We're looking at the blue things, are we?
Is this some kind of Project Blue Beam or some kind of holographic
blue beam
image in the sky? Yeah.
We're looking at that thing.
Right there, bam. Did you just see it? It just ripped across
okay.
the sky, and then when the person keeps filming, then we see the series of lights just
again, was it a reflection?
Floating up there in the sky, kind of like you said, it definitely resembled a disc-shaped object. Could this be some sort of...
This thing here is what we're looking at. Looks very LED blue color, doesn't it?
Sort of light show. Here it
drones in a line.
Comes with the speed.
2 drones. How many were there?
As it just flies right over the camera there. I really like that. It's pretty wicked. Is this new technology with some...
Looks like those speed drones with LED lights on it.
A laser show or of some sort, but I'm not sure. What I'm looking at is...
Gotta be drones, isn't it?
It's the speed.
Let's see, we go back a few frames on that. Because they're not going to slow it down, analyze it. Motion blur galore, so it's moving quite fast. So the camera can't keep up with it. It's very motion blurred. So mute. Could be one of those RC remote control. Kites with a balloon on it, so it can hover. You never know. Don't know, could it be also a reflection? Oh, there we're seeing reflection there, see that? He's filming it through a window, look. Reflection of nose, I think. Filming it through a window. You can see him moving around. Changes the angle for some reason. So that looks like it's come from behind the house and now it's over top of the house. Looks like it went through it, which kind of suggests it's a reflection. See that there? I think it's being really careful here not to give away. That's a reflection. Alright, maybe it's not. Does look like it does come from behind. So it's definitely kind of looks like one of those kites though. Look, it looks like it goes like that and then like that. And it's got the LEDs on it. Someone flying a kite and then on a string, and then suddenly pulls it along.
Speed and the way it is.
So if they suddenly wound it in really quick,
blurs out as it moves across.
It kind of looks like one of those lead kites. Kite, black, blue lids. Probably confused the search. Okay, so what do we got here? So like that one there, but all black. Nighttime footage of it. So it's got a lot of LEDs on the edge. It's gonna be something like that, I think. A lead kite. Yeah, it's a bit hard to pin the second one, but
the camera really adds a lot of dynamic to the whole series of events right there. Again, just right over the camera. How fast is this thing moving?
So what's all this up here? It's a bit suspect there. We've got the same colour blue lights there. That looks like a reflection.
Pretty much at light speed, right? I don't know. Oh, super fast. And again, at one point,
yeah, it could be a drone display too. So that's all the drones in the sky there. I wonder if it's been reported. Let's see. Blue Looks like it's in UK, but I'm not sure. Drone. Display. UK. If we get a line of them in blue, we might be onto something. I don't know, what do you think out there? Anyone watching? Say something in the comments and see what you think. So the colour blue does match what they put on drones and kites. I don't think a top secret Black Ops craft would be hanging in the streets with all that blue lighting on it. It may be black cloaked sort of thing, right? Yeah, I don't know about that one. Anyone else out there? Still doing that. Cub on Rumble, hello. It's not even moving. Back. Michael's back. Cub's future. It looks like two tail lights from a Ford. That's what I said initially. I said it looks like lights of a car or truck. But yeah, but how would they get it in the sky like that if it was? Unless it's a reflection from below going onto the window. But I'm not sure you can get that sort of effect happening. Yeah, I don't know if you're still out there. What do you reckon on this one with the blue LEDs? It looks like a drone display, doesn't it? Because I've recently put up that Hawaiian one, claiming it was in California, right? And it looks very similar to that.
It's just stationary in the sky. And it almost looks like somebody with like if you imagine a flashlight and somebody just tilted.
I think they did have it on a big line like that. I reckon it's from the same footage.
The flashlight.
That Pokemon event that they had in Hawaii. These guys are just hoaxing like crap. Just saying they got it from a client or whatever.
And this light's beaming on the wall and just kind of takes off. But then again, look at these series of lights just zooming across the sky behind the trees. Extraordinary rates.
Again, blurriness. Looks like it's being filmed through a window. And if you had like some disco light in the background that's flipping it on the ceiling, the light's going this way, it's going to make this effect, if you aim the camera at the window.
It's a speed. This isn't no airplane. This isn't no drone.
Does it go behind the trees? That's a question. Let's have a look. There's a faint light there. I think we might have to amp up the colour. It's right at the top of the tree, which makes it really difficult.
No airplane. This isn't no drone. It's not super.
See, they seem to have it angled up. It seems to be repeating in the same angle, right? Like disco lights would do.
Not Superman, guys. It's something.
There you go, look. Purposely making sure. And of course, it looks like it might be over the place there, look. That's a reflection on the window. And I've just angled it up a bit there this time. And the other one comes down the middle. Where is it? Come on, Google, keep up. Right there. Set down the middle. Some sort of disco light system reflection. I probably could try and fake that because I've got a disco light that does that.
Yeah, another example of these strange lights that move at rapid speed. Again, I'm throwing it out there because could this just be maybe some sort of laser show, some new tech?
See, they don't even think how to hoax things because they're meant to be professional hoaxers. They ain't going to say how they would do it because it would give away the secret then. What do you reckon? Disco lights reflecting off the ceiling and just filming the reflection in the window. That's my best guess. Let's see, we'll put it through some filters. No one out there talking. Oh, we got 14 now. More on Rumble, but at least we had one person respond to us. So it does work after all. Thanks for at least making a side comment. Yeah, I had something like that years ago. I did some demonstrations, disco lights. Because I was showing John what you can get, and I said you should get one for your RV. Make it into a nightclub. It's relaxing. I mean disco. Alright, I might come up anyway. Here we go. Dome party. So I probably could emulate that. $10 it cost me. US is. Okay, what's the next one? Okay, that's bouncing off curtains and ceiling and walls. Going through random ones. What is it, Blake? What is it, Blake? What do you reckon it is? Is it a drone? It's a bit overexposed. Just shows you could easily make up those stupid third phase videos, right? Lots of UFOs. Oh, there you go. That's one of the settings. Man, we got a strobe one. Oh man, that's bad. I suppose that's meant to beat to the sound of music. Well, that's just an auto setting at the moment. But there'll be one. How does you make your own UFO videos? There you go. It's just an auto setting at the moment, but there'll be one there where it flashes. Cool. What was that one taken from? What else we got? Oop. That must be the sound ones. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you got ones that respond to your voice. They've got a little mic inside. So yeah, you can make really fake stuff up. 8 watts screw-in LED party function. So this is another one that's in the ceiling, just like a normal light bulb, but it comes downwards with the disco lights. Unfortunately, it's not as good as the disco light thing, though. It's not as bright. Edison E26, E27 screw-in bulbs, which make disco lights. They're nice bright white light, or disco lights. It looks way better with the eyes, actually. Let's see if I can do it before the battery runs out. So yeah, you got a mode where it works with the sound as well, music, drum beat. And also got one of those UFO LED thing. What is it? Okay, LED. And it's, my one's faulty, so it would crash into the ceiling. Can I find it? Oh, here it is. Real UFO. Taking the mickey out of third phase here. There you go. the sort of thing they would do, right?
It's a toy.
Get rid of the sounds, and then you got a third phase classic.
It has flashing LEDs, and it's meant to be non-controlling by remote control, and it's meant to have some intelligence where...
So it's got little sensors around the outside, and it's not meant to crash into the ceiling. It's meant to work out the height and actually come back down and hover at waist level. And then you can use your hands to push it along different directions without any remote control.
If it touches the ceiling, that should actually...
I think it only cost me like $10 New Zealand, which is like $5 US, and no wonder it's not working properly. It's made out of styrofoam of all things. It's really quite clever, really.
Down and hover about a metre off the ground.
But I've even got the nice blurriness and the motion blur happening
My
too.
sensor in it is not working, as you can see, and it's crashing into the ceiling.
Scares the crap out of people when it's flying around because it's going to go head towards the
come
hair.
down and then hover a wee bit and then fly up again.
There you go,
As
it's
if you
sort of
wave your
doing it.
hand or get an object too close underneath, it automatically accelerates and lifts back up again. It's a shame that it doesn't detect when it touches the ceiling.
Yeah, still, I managed to make a demo of it. You can still get those. AliExpress. UFO LED styrofoam. How do you spell styrofoam? Phone UFO. Not those ones. Maybe I should have put LED on it. Phone toy, maybe. It's not those ones, so it's not that one. It's got a plastic cage around it. Is that it? This one here. No. Maybe they don't sell them anymore. Plastic one again. Maybe they stop making them because they're always faulty. Yeah, but it's very similar, but they're using metal, plastic ones here. And it senses where your hand is, and you can push it upwards and downwards. It's meant to hover to a certain height, and then you can move it around. It's quite a clever idea. That's not the one I bought. Mine's more crappy than that. What's styrofoam? Oh, right, I spoke foam, not foam. Let's put foam in. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I had a blue one. What's it selling for? 10. Is that US dollars now? I suppose inflation has put it up rather than downwards. Anyway, mine doesn't work like they've shown in here in the diagram. Why can't I click on it? Yeah. Why is it not clickable? You click on the image. Alright, they got a demo.
And It's T34081. These are new today. And the UFOs, you are getting a set of 3. They are...
Okay, so it's like some YouTubers demonstrating.
Oh no, it's got multiple ways. Now, can you tell us, how does this turn on? How do we do it when we get it home? Okay.
Okay, that's not the same one, is it? They're not even flying.
So you're spending, I mean, less than a $20 bill on a toy.
Stupid. I can see Third Phase using that though. Have we got a video? Right. Anyway, how much is that one? I think Amazon's always a bit more dearer, isn't it? And then you got the postage costs more than the product. Probably not in stock. Anyway, moving on. So,
technology of maybe, you know, Blake said
disco lights. Next one. Blurriness again. Birds on a lake. I don't know. What are we looking at? That thing. Oh, nice focus here. It still manages to get out of focus.
Airborne phenomenon. Now we have something seemingly underneath the water. It's
some sort of light.
I added some brightness contrast to make whatever this thing pop so we could take a look at it a little better. Is this illuminated orb underneath this body of water or above it? That's the big question here. And the other question is, again,
what could it be? We ain't gonna find out with this face, are we?
Close as you can. Technology could only get you that close with a self.
Oh, look at all the shaking. There's a guy got some sort of medical condition.
Some people might call it the cigar UFO. Some people might
people might call it a fake. We're playing contrail.
A beam of light, whatever it is. It's just hanging there.
He's laughing his head off here. He knows what it is.
And somebody captured
it's probably him faking it.
In Florida, and we're sharing it with you right now. More broad daylight sightings.
Is it a contrail?
I'm slowing down the video.
Probably SpaceX, is it? Or banner plane.
So we can take a look at this. I don't think this is a string of balloons. This thing is pretty straight, and it's quite
it's probably going to be a banner plane.
Lengthy as well. I'm guessing at least maybe 50 to 70 feet in length here. Yeah, it's pretty massive. You can see it's past the tree.
Yeah, pretty massive. Did you look it up on Flight Radar just to rule out SpaceX and banner planes or contrails?
Line there, Blake. And this is a good shot. He gets as close as he can.
That's a good shot. It's moving all over the place.
Could only get you that close with a cell phone camera. So right now, I think we're looking at the best quality this guy could get. And there it is. Here's a slow-mo shot of this long.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's a solid tube balloon. They're normally black. I've not seen white ones, but you can't rule it out. Possibility, though.
A cylindrical object. You can see kind of like the shadow underneath it. Again, proving, in my opinion, that this is 100% legit. There's no CGI. What we're all looking at,
yeah, it's more likely to be advertising, sort of like tube balloon. Yeah, more garbage. Let's moving on. Yeah, I think you get sold. Let's see, advertising tube balloon. Let's see what comes up. 20 foot, inflatable tube on Amazon. Let's see what comes up with images. Alright, so it'd be this thing. Tube advertising Balloon Man. It's not what we're after though. What's that there? What the hell's that? What do we got here? Cylinder balloon PVC. Kind of looks like that, doesn't it? Was it advertising tampons or something? Advertising inflatable. There you go. Solved. Made in China. And you can get really long ones in different colours. Okay, there we go. They're talking now. Here, stadium banners. Oh yeah, I think that one's solved. Advertising tube balloon. Moving on.
Lighting up in this plasmic form to...
Okay, it could be anything really. Just photographs, is it? Yeah, it looks like it.
Here again, we're seeing the lights kind of behind the tree line as it looks natural.
Yeah, it looks really naturally hoaxed. So does it look like one of those round drone UFOs you can get? It does, doesn't it?
Well, to me, it looks like it's a real photo, no real manipulation.
Yeah, why don't they give us a video then? Because we know it's bullshit. Drone UFO. Let's have a look again. Nope. Something along this lines here. No, not that one. What the hell is that? Undefined. The UFO drone. Silence. Alright, it's one of those square ones. So I think we're looking at something like that. 3D CAD model. UFO 4000 lead. Here we go. That's a manual for it, is it? Oh no, it's not that one. So like this one here. Not that one. 3 lights and a red one. Yeah, it's just garbage. Okay. Let's move on.
I'm saying zero manipulation. What we're seeing is real. Could this be some sort of drone?
Could it be some sort of drone? So they're going to the same possibility. Now, this strange shaped clouds. Very strange. Smoke clouds.
Again, in the battle zone, this one coming in, again, I think from Russia, and we're looking at
Russia, so it's a fisheye camera.
These jet fighters basically in hot pursuit of something, but maybe something's in pursuit of the jet.
Yeah, probably drones.
Fighters themselves, we have two anomalies show up just fractions of a second viewed in frame.
That's what you call bugs. Okay, so just appears for a fraction of a second, and they turn and just catch enough light for the sensor to detect them on the camera.
Split seconds, and there it is. What are we looking at?
Yeah, that fly would have gone by then. The fly's going faster across the scene on the camera than the plane is. Okay, we debunked that one. And that one. So they're repeating the same old garbage. And that one. Which are all Globo Alarma balloons. So that's third phase nonsense, all totally debunked again. Something big. So it looks like they're repeating that one that we just saw. It's happening right now. And did it get extra views on it? 20,000. Not really. The clickbait headings are not working anymore. People are cotton on. Friggin' morons. Their channel is dead. Same old garbage, repeated. This one here, that's a new one. And I think that's a border control blimp, isn't it? We're just not seeing the other fin coming this side.
Like this with this sort of technology.
I think that's a border control blimp.
Yeah, Brian, I'm kind of scratching my head.
And let's get a picture of one up. Now they have radar and surveillance on them. So here's a few of them, and there's one that looks very similar to what's in the video, with the tails fins in the right direction. One coming down this way, one going down that way. Although this one hasn't got the bump, or it doesn't look like it's got the bump. Could be this, just really bad footage, isn't it?
Almost, it looks metallic. I'm not seeing any portholes. I'm not seeing...
Could be a modification of this one here. Or it's been edited. And the video editor before receiving it. Could it be because of the angle? Is it coming towards us? Looks like it's going away from us though. Definitely looks like a tail fin this way. But why can't we see the other fin? Might be a new variation. Let's type in two fin. See what comes up. So far it's showing the same thing. What do you think? It definitely looks like it. Could be edited. Has to be. I say it'd have to be a 3-second thin one. I don't know if I've seen two thin only. Doesn't make sense to have two fins. Again, that one's perspective, so you're only seeing two things. So I think it's the case with the other one. It's not directly underneath, you see. Yeah, it looks like a blimp that's been edited here, I think.
In any kind of gondola underneath. And again, this black fin, is this the...
Let's see. Oh, strange.
Propulsion behind it is its aerodynamic to cut through the sky.
Look like three fins there.
Some kind of... It's unidentified.
He doesn't. So they're talking about the same old crap again. Out of focus, it's really bad. Where's it gone to? It's up there. Looks like it's got a third fin going up there, doesn't it, though? There looks like three there, doesn't it? 1, 2, 3. So the other one had to be edited when it was closer. Looks like three things. Looks just like a borderline blimp. Border control blimp, I mean, borderline. Where's it disappear to? Oh, there we go. Could it be that it's so white it's blended in with the clouds? It's a possibility. But we saw earlier frames before this that had a tail going up. Could it be so white that the camera's not seeing it and it's sort of blended in? Let's just run it through some filters. What do you reckon out there? Anybody? Any people we got watching? Oh, we got 3 on YouTube now. Amazing. You got less on Rumble. They got a bit bored, did they? Yeah, we're coming up with better do Bob Jacobs next. I'll just do a quick check on this one. How are we doing for time anyway? We're not even coming up to 3 hours yet. We got all day. We got all day to do this. Okay. Yeah, look. I think it's been edited. I think it would be obvious what they've done is they've copied the, you know, you can see it's very constant in the clouds here. What they've done is copied it and pasted it over top to make it less obvious to be a blimp. Looks like some sort of cable coming down there. Yeah, I think we're done for today on third phase. Can't see anything. We'll turn that off. I think we've covered the rest of it.
They come in. Allegedly showing something's
repeating the same videos over again, apart from one extra video, and again, same thing. Look. So they got 3 videos with all the same things in, and people still watch them. 30,000, 23, 20. You think people would wise up? But anyway, garbage in, garbage out. Alright, I've got nocturnal news. Maybe I'll just do just a couple of videos here. The ghost story. Maybe I need to go toilet. We do nocturnal news here. And I'll just go over this one again. Remember this one here? What's his name? Dubay? Can't remember his first name. He's the one that kept pushing that there's no such thing as space station or space, and the world is flat, and all sorts of nonsense conspiracy stuff like that. And one of them was here that the NASA pilots are not actually in space but on wires. And Nocturnal News has now come back after years of promoting it as evidence of wires. Because he's got a better quality image, a video, that shows more detail what actually was happening. And I think I got it correct. I said that it was because he was trying to grab the pocket off the astronaut next to him. And what they claim to be a wire is actually a gap running down the back of the space shuttle. Was it last the space shuttle movie that mission that connected to the International Space Station? Not sure if it was in the space shuttle. I think it was in the space station, wasn't it? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Just play the clip.
All right, today I want to go over 2 of, I would argue, the best clips or, UFO conspiracy theory.
So this is the quality, even worse quality than this, but he actually catches his little finger in his pocket and pulls him down.
Around videos circulated in the UFO community. Now, this clip was taken from a television broadcast from the STS-135. Now, incidentally...
So that's the back of the space shuttle cabin, isn't it? So...
This was the last flight of the space shuttle. The crew was Commander Christopher Ferguson, seen here on the front left, and the shuttle pilot Doug Hurd.
So I'll just skim through it. I don't spend too long on it.
And over in almost, I would say, damn near every NASA documentary.
So they've got poor quality video in this saying there's a little cable that runs up here. See that there? In the low grade video. Saying that they're faking it.
Every conspiracy documentary. This thing has been...
But if you get the high quality video, which I think it is here...
Little blinking lights in the sky, and buy a coffee mug and a tea...
where's he show it? Here somewhere. Okay, he's got a close-up of it too.
Wire that you're wearing, so...
so now we're going to double the pixels and less blurred. They're claiming this is a wire, but it's not. And you can see he's actually caught his little finger in his pocket. He tried to get more fingers in his pocket, but he managed to get a little finger in there. And this is actually a panel on the back of the wall of the shuttle.
It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. But I've heard all kinds of people say, oh, well, it could have been, CGI, right? They just cropped in the microphone, the cable, because it looks fake right there. It looks like a little black line on the screen. I've heard so many different theories. All right, so moving on to the next clip, we have...
I wanted to get the clip where he's got the full HD one rotating around, so you can then see the back of the shuttle.
And again, this is how we get to the truth, my friends. Okay, right here, he does the flip. Okay,
and
he tries to keep him on balance, and he ends up.
There's a certain point where you can actually zoom in and see that line is between his legs. There you go. Which is not really it's not connecting to him at all. Is that the better quality he's got here? I think I have to up it. Yeah, that's probably why. Okay, and he goes at 720 on his one.
Knocking him off balance, grabs the pocket. Okay, now tell me below, do you agree?
I think you also see the line in other
disagree?
frames.
Am I wrong?
No, he's not wrong.
Wrong? Is there something I'm missing?
Okay. You can see there's various black lines going across. You know, there's always black lines. Just try to work out what it is. I thought you might have found the picture of the space shuttle without the people there. But you can see there's a line there.
I've heard all
right, and because of the shade and stuff, I think
kinds of
that's
theories.
it.
Well, they can crop this out and do this and do that, and there's cables. But now think about this too, guys. If all of these astronauts were wearing cables, you would have
it'd be a tangled mess.
2, 4, 6, 8 cables. Now you see the microphone cord, where it's kind of going off to the left. Now when he does the flip, the cord would be caught in the cable. Right now.
Okay, you can see the white background. So you wouldn't use black cables if you got a white background, right? Would you? You'd use transparent cables or white cables. Make sure no one shows them up.
Imagine you're holding a microphone, you have a cable, you do a flip in 0 gravity, and if you had cables on you, okay,
there we go. There's the panel that we saw between his legs. I think it's a connection point to 2 panels.
The microphone cable would.
Yeah. I thought there was another place there, but I can't seem to get it. Inside shuttle cabin. Let's see if we can get some images of it. So it's going to be front view, is it? So it'll be something like this here, right? So which way were they filming? That way, because it had a big circle, didn't it? So, what is it? Airlock, is it? Oh, here we go. That's it there, isn't it? Is that it? And you can see there's a line going down there. It's not the best of videos ago. Terrible. Terrible, terrible. Let's see if we got something better. Yeah, I'm not going to spend too much time wasted on this one. Debunking the stupid wire theory. Some people are just so stupid. Two windows at the top. Looks like they can keep changing the inside, can they?
They only play you the down.
Looks like a hole there. Is it on the space shuttle, that STS? Something rather. 111, was it? He doesn't say. All these people with descriptions, they never fill it up like I do. Doesn't look like what we're looking at, does it? I know they had various parts though, didn't they? They had the inside here could be what they're filming in, not the back of the space shuttle. So they're probably inside one of these things. But anyway, looks like we're not going to be able to find what we're after. Not easily, anyway. And looks like that bit in the middle can be anything, really. It could be a lab, a sleeping area. And they don't use it anymore. They got a starship now that they're going to have to burn up in the atmosphere because they can't bring it home. With the astronauts, SpaceX is going to rescue them. But anyway. So I just thought I'd bring that one up again. So he said he used to believe that was proof that NASA was faking it. Now he says it's not true. Even though he's the cousin of Secure Team. He still puts up the garbage on the moon like this, blurry images. So let's just go through this one quickly.
Every single craft you see in this video is 100% real and can be independently
Okay, they're not real UFO craft, are they?
verified. For example, the
this boomerang one. What was it from now? Apollo mission?
boomerang UFO captured on video during the early...
Now, didn't we research that with the Darcy movie? Bullshit. Fast Walkers. They jettison their rubbish before they come back to land. Or go to the space station. They get rid of any sort of junk, trash into space, and it burns up. And some of it is tools, like crescent wrenches and that sort of stuff. I believe this is something like that. But I think, was it Apollo mission, this one, or was it SpaceX? Because I had my doubts whether it was a tool rather than more like a clamp from where they blast off the satellite from the nose cone of the SpaceX.
early Apollo program. And remember, at this time, late...
I think this is Apollo. I think the last one was SpaceX, wasn't it? But yeah, there was a case with the Apollo one where they ejected tools and it was causing various random glints of sun. And it was because of their garbage that they had jettisoned.
Late 60s, early 70s, there was nothing
And a lot of this ends up being similar.
or very little in low Earth orbit. This craft was captured by an...
Apart from the trash they jettison before they come into land.
Amateur astronomer about 12 years ago.
Yeah, I remember this one. So what's seen here is not actually in space, it's actually in the atmosphere.
And it has yet to be debunked or...
And you can see it's some sort of mylar balloon that's rotating.
Explained. And yeah.
And it catches some of the sunlight in the atmosphere.
Yes, I have played this on my channel before, but I was able to zoom in and clean it up just...
And they're saying this is firing its thrusters. Saying it's a TR-3B firing up the thrusters. But it's TR-3B doesn't have thrusters like that. It has lights in each of the corners.
Just a little bit. It seems...
So it doesn't even look similar to all the other accounts or fake videos.
To be igniting the thrusters for the purpose of some type of flight control.
That looks like a letter A balloon, doesn't it?
Meaning it is under intelligent flight control. This isn't a satellite or space junk or anything.
No, it's air junk. Letter A balloon, which can get up to like 65 inches, I believe, if not bigger.
Like that. It's possible this is a black budget military satellite or perhaps...
No, it's not.
Something from a foreign adversary, but whatever it is 100% real, unexplained, and unknown. I've also collected over the years, you guys know, multiple V-shaped craft, either orbiting the moon or flying past the moon, and just like the other anomalies in
another letter balloon, but a V one.
my video, they have gone completely unexplained. This isn't the LRO, the Lunar Reconnaissance.
No, it's nothing to do with NASA, so they won't answer any questions on other people's videos or what they're captured, because it's all speculation.
Since orbiter or anything like that, it's nothing, maybe left over from the Apollo program, because now
if someone from the ground filmed that in comparison to the moon, this would have to be a super large craft, wouldn't it? And the thing is, it looks like it's rotating, right? And TR-3Bs don't rotate like that.
NASA has refused.
Look like it's spinning. It's gradually spinning around. You can see it's a letter shape, either a V or a letter A.
Offer any type of explanation as to
yeah, NASA not going to give you any explanation for someone else's other videos.
What this is. It's not.
That's nuts. So none of these are real UFOs, guys. Don't believe this guy. He's just another security.
Our research, our devotion, our dedication.
He's after money for his research, which is nonsense.
Everything in this video, like I said earlier, can be independently verified, and it's 100% authentic. So please support our research, our devotion, our...
Yeah, he talks about supporting them with his research and devotion, but he's got no critical thinking whatsoever.
Our dedication to getting to the truth about the UFO topic. No clickbait nonsense here, just real...
I'd say that's clickbait, mate. Real deal. It's here. No, it's not.
Authentic UFO sightings that are truly unexplainable. Now,
you're not going to get it with an amateur telescope out the backyard like this.
Up next, a couple of friends of the channel.
So this is an interesting bit. Couple of friends turn out to be UFOman. A plug for UFOman, and guess who? 18 Wells.
I kind of spoke to them over the weekend. They were doing some UFO hunting and captured some...
So this is how long ago? So this is where they filmed that clearly what I call a RC kite with a laser pointer IR pen on it and maybe a camera so they can see it fly around at night time and be invisible in the sky while they're filming people in their backyards. I think it was hoaxed. So this is 4 days ago, so he's repeating their old news from months ago. And
Some
you'll
pretty
see
cool
the
things.
footage.
I'm just going to show a few clips here. For a
This
big shout
bullshit
out
here
to
that Gabba said he analysed and said it could be RC kite. It's illuminating it.
UFOman.
So it's using the sonic camera, which is not true infrared. It's what do you call it? What do you call it? Enhanced. What's the word I'm looking for? Image enhanced. What do you call it? One of those voltage enhancement systems mixed in with infrared and artificially coloured, of course. So you can see here it's all purple white, and here it's red white.
And sightings on 8
because it's false color, then it goes with similar color infrared.
18 Wills. I will leave links below to their channel. These guys are doing the real investigative UFO work.
UFOman, we just looked at one of his real UFO investigations not long ago of the fake Carlos Diaz CGI video that
now,
someone did. So someone took a picture of his UFO and made it into a CGI movie. Is what they did. Could have been done with AI though.
Looking at here is a 1080p camera and a Psionics camera. And you can see the trees.
So this is where you'd have to run the two cameras aimed at the same spot if it was on tripod, and do a side by side. So you got normal light as well as infrared.
Illuminating. There's something flying over them. They don't know what it is. There's nothing in the sky, but yet the trees are illuminating.
There you go. Plug. So as soon as someone's promoting UFOman and working with UFOman, you can discount them as a serious UFO channel, right? And 18 Wills.
You know, some type of Delta Wing craft. I don't know. TR-3B. This craft completely unexplained. We don't know what it is.
So into this blurry, crappy, overexposed footage.
You know, some type of Delta Wing craft. I don't know. TR-3.
Yeah, like a Delta Wing kite. Sea kites. Flock of birds.
V-shaped, whatever you want to call it. But
was that from this video here?
You cannot see this stuff with the naked eye, and that is what is so amazing to me. When you use a Psionics camera, it basically records different color spectrums, and that's how they're able to capture these amazing things on film. And again, they couple that with a 1080p camera.
Again, it looks like an RC kite, doesn't it?
A regular camera, and there's nothing there. So just truly amazing.
Someone's flying a couple of RC kites around. It's probably UFOman's helpers. So fake some footage for his channel.
If you guys want to go check out the original.
And here's another one, Mr. MBB333. There's another shill
source. But I thought it was pretty incredible. I don't think it's a balloon.
He doesn't think it's a balloon, although it kind of looks like it might be one of those clear balloons with a LED light inside of it.
I don't think it's, some type of Chinese lantern or something like that, because that was the first thing.
No, it's not a Chinese lantern, but it does look like, if you look at it here, it does look like one of those clear wedding balloons that you put LEDs and confetti inside.
I thought. Now, I have added a filter right here, just again to bring out detail. But it's filmed during the day. You can clearly see it's not a flame,
and that's why you can see it so good,
or anything like that. It's
why is it in funny color mode though?
Totally unexplainable, like we always say. Now, right here, this is the.
So it's not a sphere as such. It looks like it's on a side view of one of those pillow clear balloons.
Original video. Okay, look, guys, that's not a candle. That's not a Chinese lantern. That's
clear pillow type balloon. What do they call them? clear latex cushion balloon, pillow balloon with an LED light thrown inside of it. And not that one, that's the sphere one. That's a tier one, isn't it? We're after the pillow ones. Give me a pillow. Do I have to say cushion? What are these ones here but clear? See, they put all sorts of things inside. I don't think they're cushion ones though, they're all clear round ones. They always put little confetti in. Then they pop it over people's heads normally, but obviously someone messed up and it went way in sky. Maybe try cushion. Just not getting the one we're after. I think that's what they call them. We're not getting any luck on the search there. Let's zoom back out. Here we go. Is that a cushion one? There's a cushion one. Not a round one though. Clear latex. Let's try wedding balloon. Same old, same old. Oh, I'm not going to waste too much time trying to pin it. Of course, if it's got a light inside, they're less likely to bounce around and spin around and all that, because they've got sort of some weight in it that sort of counteracts some of the air current. Sometimes they have liquid in it that counteracts. You see, these balloons can get quite big. Maybe is it clear? Is it clear mylar maybe? I think it's latex though. Can you get clear mylar? Crystal clear balloons. Don't think you can get clear mylar. It's sort of magnetic. Looks like it's going by the keyword clear. Let's see, latex wedding balloons. Maybe I should do what do you call it? Translucent or something. Where's the flat round pillow ones? They're not going to give us to. Not going to give it to me. Well, they got lollipops. It's frustrating. So advertising AliExpress. Anyway, I'm not gonna bother trying to find it.
It's not a balloon or nothing like that.
Not a balloon. Yes, it is. Okay, let's move on. Is that the last video? Is it? And of course, this one here, it's clearly a plane. It's just that you're not seeing the wings. There's a wing going that way and a wing going that way. There's a nose going that way.
Just like we see, you know, when the artists create these.
It's out of focus, overexposed.
Cool pictures that we can find everywhere on Google.
So they must have been seeing it on the screen, not with their eyes.
I think it's one of the coolest images ever captured by the Hubble telescope, and of course NASA has never explained this either. Well, they gave some nonsense like pseudoscience explanation, but they haven't given us a real explanation as to what this is. So, all right.
I don't know what they're looking at here. There's an LED balloon in space. Anyway, enough of that guy. I might need to have a little break. I suppose we could keep the ghost story for another day. Jacobs. Just a reminder of the Bob Jacobs stuff. But I'll read out an article and I'll slip off into the toilet. And then I'll come back and give my thoughts on it, what they're claiming to debunk Jacobs' sighting. It has some marital points in it, but yeah, I'll just go over it when we play it, and it makes more sense then. So this is going to be a simulation of Bob's law, and probably the clarity of it too is probably really accurate. They just saw just a blobby light with a light beam, and then the rocket loses control. Well, the top of the rocket breaks away. You see there's a little explosion there. Doesn't show us the rest of the rocket though. But yeah, I had to convert the web page into a text file. So I did actually find an article called "The Buzzy Bee Missile Mythology Flies Again" by Kingston George. So I had to convert that to a text file so the reader would work. And you can see it's a big write-up about it all here. So I'll just kick it off and then I'll be back in a minute. Hopefully I won't miss the crucial bits, I don't know. But give it a try.
The new UFO interest. Scientific appraisals buzzing bee missile mythology flies again. An early morning ICBM launch in 1964 was photographed from a nearby mountain site, uncovering a design flaw that resulted in tight security and a UFO myth that refuses to die. Key N.G. Ston A.
Okay, see you later,
George
mate.
A. An important advance in National Test Range instrumentation was made in the fall of 1964 at the California Air Force Western Test Range, WTR. An experimental, state-of-the-art, video-equipped telescope was transported from the Range Measurement Laboratory, located at the Eastern Test Range in Florida, to a California coastal mountain ridge near Big Sur. The objective was to evaluate the ability of this instrument to enhance the analysis of flight anomalies and failures during ICBM testing from Vandenberg Air Force Base. Unprecedented views of intercontinental ballistic missiles in flight were obtained, and one of the launches revealed a flaw in design that was deemed quite important at that time. 11 launches were 42 Volume 33, Issue 1 SKEPTICAL Inquire E are viewed over the month of September, and the telescope and its crew returned to Florida in October. As the project initiator and engineer, I had worked for months to gain the required clearances, arrange the myriad support mechanics, and assemble a crew. The Range Measurements Laboratory was headed by Walter Manning, an unforgettable character with remarkable energy and enthusiasm. The Air Force assigned Lieutenant Bob Jacobs from the WTR 1369th Photo Squadron as the telescope site commander for logistical and security matters. A bright and eager officer, he was a key contributor to the ultimate success of the project. Decades later, he concocted a story that we had filmed an alien UFO that circled an ICBM in flight, altering the missile's course with an energy beam. He asserted that the project became a cloaked intelligence effort to hide proof of scientifically advanced space aliens. This preposterous fabrication was founded on a lack of understanding mingled with distant recollections, and perhaps some tongue-in-cheekiness by Bob Jacobs, who left the Air Force for a college teaching career in, oddly enough, journalism and broadcasting. Jacobs's first pronouncement was in the National Enquirer in 1982, and a more comprehensive version was published later, Jacobs 1989. The incident he described became known as the Big Sur UFO. A friend gave me the article after finding my name mentioned in it. I later submitted an unsolicited rebuttal to the Skeptical Inquirer, George 1993. The Jacobs article correctly states the basic facts of the deployment. The telescope, called the BU scope for short, had been assembled by Boston University for the Eastern Test Range. A modified 90 mm military gun mount is the cradle for a 24-inch primary telescope mirror and a 240-inch basic focal length. An image orthicon television camera was the sensor, and the 30 frame per second 875 line interlaced output was displayed on a kinescope in an accompanying van for recording by a 35 mm motion picture camera. The site was close to Anderson Peak in the Los Padres National Forest near Big Sur at an altitude of 3,400 feet, approximately 110 miles to the north-northwest of Vandenberg Air Force Base. The launch that Bob Jacobs makes the centerpiece of his story was an Atlas missile nicknamed Buzzing Bee, released just before dawn on September 22nd. Conditions were ideal for the light-sensitive image orthicon physicist/engineer Kingston A. George accepted an Air Force Civil Service position as an operations analyst in 1961 at Vandenberg AFB and retired in 1990 as Chief of Safety in Santa Maria, California. He worked on a wide variety of optical, radar, and telemetry tracking systems during his tenure and was a nationally recognized expert on such systems, continuing as a consultant until recently. He can be contacted at kingstong@verizon.net to capture the best shots. My report in October...
Okay, so I'll just bring up an image of him. So you remember him from the James Fox video. Out of the Blue, I think it was. One of the most... second one of the reports that made me believe when I watched Out of the Blue was the story and Gordon Cooper's story about the UFO landing, because why would he lie about it? But it turns out he was lying. And he had heard the story secondhand, like a grush, and just included that he was actually there when he saw it happen, when James Fox was interviewing him. James Fox should have really checked out the background of that story. Here we got a picture of it. It's videos. This guy here. Of course, he knows him and gives him a plug. What's his name? Salas. But yeah, you might remember this guy from the interview. Click on his information. Have we got a bio? Former Air Force vets testified. Anyway, we'll just keep on reading out that document, or the story. It's 5 pages long. It's quite a long one, but it's quite an interesting one. It does put a different perspective on what Jacob saw, and it's possible that he was mistaken what he saw when you finish listening to this. Although it could be also a cover-up.
October 1964, George 1964, the only contemporary written material on buzzing bee still in existence, indicates that it was tracked for about 400 seconds. At the end of the image tracking, the Atlas missile was roughly 3,000 miles away from our location. Jacobs made 6 assertions near the end of his 1989 article. My 1993 rebuttal in SI concentrated on these items by countering with what we had actually captured on film that day. In a nutshell, the Atlas launch to the Kwajalein Atoll included deployment of 2 decoy reentry vehicles, RVs, intended to confuse enemy defensive radars. Our photography showed that the decoys did not deploy properly after the main propulsion phase ended and were surrounded by pieces of styrofoam packing from their launch tubes. Thus, the real warhead, released before the decoys and without the packing, stuck out like a sore thumb. The Strategic Air Command, SAC, headquarter analysts subsequently recognized this as a shortcoming of a major weapons system and classified the film as top secret. Film footage seen up to the time of this new classification was the origin of Jacobs's fantasy, as his security level was not high enough to handle the film or talk about it after reclassification. Nor was mine, at that time, but my clearance level was increased very soon thereafter. The Air Force pressed on with projects to place a permanent telescope at Anderson Peak and equip it with our own image orthicon device. We also placed a telescope on Santa Ynez Peak to the east of Vandenberg AFB. Both sites were upgraded through the following decades. The image orthicon, difficult to adjust and tune in the field, was replaced with image enhancement devices, auto-tracking was developed, and many other improvements made. Use of the 2 sites allowed mapping of deployment events and reconstruction of 3-dimensional depictions. The exercise of 1964, owing to Buzzing Bee, was a huge success that significantly enhanced the ICBM development programs. The resurrection of the alien myth after my 1993 SI article, the more skeptical UFO aficionados took Big Sur off of their lists. But the Big Sur UFO story resurfaced on the internet, implausible as Jacobs's tale was. I received a complimentary copy recently of International UFO Reporter magazine, Hastings 2007, with a 14-page cover story by Robert Hastings on the same subject. Hastings apparently has no personal connection to the original project, but has carefully reviewed what is known and Jacobs's postulates and added some fantasies and idle thoughts of his own. His lengthy write-up is sprinkled with numerous snide comments about Skeptical Inquirer, its staff, and members of the Committee for Skeptical Inquiry, and in passing calls my earlier effort in SI a dismissive but factually inaccurate summary of the incident. The Hastings rehash contains SK Eptica L in QUIRJ and UARY/FEB RUARY200943. The new UFO interest. Scientific appraisals a host of minor issues that are not worthy of rebuke. But there are 3 major items that need to be addressed. Sighty at the focal plane, so the sensitivity of the IO tube was pushed to compensate for this, with a consequent lowering of the dynamic range and resolution on the display kinescope. The image orthicon IO, the I/O controls were set to a level just below the point of an optical system electron avalanche to prevent image or monitor screen wipe. The first item in the Hastings article is a brief Physics 101 out. A very bright object causes a dip in the sensitivity of analysis of optics by Mark Rodegier, one of the editors. The photon detection layer, called blooming, which lasts of the International UFO Reporter. Rodegier concludes that for several frames, a tadpole effect is seen as the image moves his analysis.
Okay, so they're talking about camera artifacts. Blooming. I think it's to do with CCD, isn't it? Camera artifact. I didn't have CMOS back then. What causes blooming artifacts in microscope image? Blooming is most likely to occur when a scene being captured has bright spots. So they're talking about modern day microscopes here. Saturation artifact is one such artifact that largely depends on the type of sensor used in the camera. Yep. Whether it's CCD or whatever. Advanced camera technology. One major challenges of microscope imaging is the artifacts that occur in the images. Image artifacts arise due to various factors such as type of sensor used, intensity of light on the specimen, and process of capturing the image, etc. Some commonly occurring image artifacts are blooming and saturation effects, pixelization, temporal noise, photo bleaching, compression artifacts, etc. There's quite a lot. What causes blooming? Okay, so we got some artifacts here. So photons come onto the goes through the filter and causes electron to be detected as a pixel. Now this whole thing is a pixel. And they call it a well, and it's got the electron building up, and more electrons the brighter it is, I guess. Technical stuff. Yeah, there we go. Blooming occurs in CCD, I thought it was. Under conditions in which the finite charge capacity of individual photodiodes or the maximum charge transfer capacity of the CDD is reached. So once it's totally full, it's at maximum saturation. We've got some examples. Lumen, so it creates this overflow, a bit like lens flare, isn't it? Bleeds across, does it? Bloom appears as a block smear. Blooming is most likely to occur when scene being captured has bright spots. So if you can imagine in filming this rocket in the sky, the engines are going to give off lots of light. Could the blooming effect actually be what he thought was a UFO shooting a laser beam? It's a possibility. I think that's what they're trying to say here. So let's just carry on.
Analysis thus generally supports the observations and across the screen, leaving a slowly shrinking and vanishing testimony of Jacobs and Mansman. There are a number of tail. In daylight, with the I/O sensitivity in a normal range, serious objections to that conclusion. We would see a tiny image of the missile tankage prior to burnout, even for a vehicle 300 or 400 miles away. However, the background of a brightly day-lit sky after engine shutdown was always too much for the small spotting telescopes used by the manual trackers, and tracking would halt. When explosive events occur, such as re-entry vehicle shroud cover removal and RV separation, a fast-expanding, gassy exhaust cloud is seen, lasting only a very few film frames in the vacuum of space. It can be identified by printing enlargements of individual frames. Stars whiz through the projected film with regular...
So I think they're talking about what we're seeing with the SpaceX rocket separation stages, and you see a compression out of a wave that moves very quickly. I think that's what they're talking about there. So far this is making lots of sense to me because it's a technical type blurb, and it's very possible people were mistaken what they were seeing on the screen as artifacts, as UFOs or some unknown thing. The thing is, if it were firing a laser beam, would you even see it in daytime? It's bad enough seeing it in daytime with even fog and clouds, right? And you only see it where it cuts the beam. And we've seen the Skinwalker Ranch one where they only saw it on psionics image amplifier slash A plus AIR infrared. Could only see it on that mode, and it was false colorization apparently. So we're talking about modern technology versus very 1950s 40s, what was it? Can't remember now. 1945 was it? But anyway, pretty old camera technology back then. They got 16mm film recording it, and they got a telescope that's focused on it. But they're talking about sensor here. I thought at the beginning they talked about it being on film. Whereabouts did they say again? I thought they talked about 16mm. It'd be good to have like a bullet list of facts, rather than having to go through all the text again. I may have missed it because I was at the toilet, right? Well, did they have sensors back then? For a light sensitive image rotation, physical engineer. I'm pretty sure he talked about 16mm somewhere. Skeptical core. God, I've gone through a lot of text there already. Oh, I must just keep on reading it. I'm just trying to put it all together and see if he's correct and what has he missed. But yeah, if Joker saw a laser beam though on the screen, that means you can only see that if the sensor or the filters in the telescope is making it possible to see it, because you wouldn't see it with your eyes. But would you see it through this telescope thing? I don't see why not. Was it using like an image intensifier or what on it? I just have to keep listening. Matthew, how's it going? I've been subscribed to you for about 4 years now. I started watching you when me and my daughter had an extremely close encounter. You are a skeptic, understandably. Have your views changed over the years? Yes, I've had an alien visitation. Has that changed you? Why I had an alien visitation is a mystery, but I think it's because I connect with the right people. As my theory on that, MUFON investigators and other researchers as well as contactees. I'm still a skeptic, as you know. Try to keep the middle ground on all these things. Just like this Jacob's story, trying to work out what the expert here is trying to say, what they had, which I'm not too sure whether it's using film and some sort of filtering, or is actually using some early type CCD method. But he was talking about things here about blooming, which I think you can only get in CCD. I don't know if you can get it on regular film. Probably can actually. Can blooming, because it is optics. We should ask the expert, Travis Taylor. Can blooming occur on 16mm film? Let me just see what that says. Hasn't sort of come up. The bloom effects caused by imperfections in optical design. So that film, do all films have a lot of blooms? So it looks like it could be on film too. Okay. And that's a different process, obviously. It's for chemicals causing the blooming. That's what they're saying there. Most of them in old lenses with poorly coated glass. Inside these lenses, parasitic illuminations occur, and then it's scattered further in the film emulsion layers. As a result, diffuse glow appears around light sources bright. So this is slightly different to the CCD blooming. Areas of the scene along high contrast edges. While the bloom effect is not entirely related to the film itself, film makes it particularly attractive. Additional light scattering occurs in slightly inhomogeneous layers of emulsion. So there you go. This is why we keep doing research and looking up things, so we can follow along and quite understand what they're saying. So we're talking about old technology here, not the current technology, which is what I'm familiar with. Yeah, I thought it was 16mm. Yeah, if you go to my homepage, Matthew, and scroll down, you can find all my experiences that I've documented and videos that I've captured. So yeah, but I am doing a new update that I talked about at the beginning of the live today, that I'm trying to piece all the bits together and the timelines of when it started happening. I thought it was 2020 when it started happening, but it might be 2022. So I'm yet to confirm that information. But anyway, back to Bob Jacobs. Yeah, it's amazing, the years fly by, and your memory does get confused on certain things, because you're always looking into this sort of stuff and getting mixed up between various things we remember seeing. Memory is not very good, does it? That's why we've got to always document things as soon as possible before memory starts being corrupted.
Regularity, the brighter ones with arcing tadpole tails. The apparent star motion, of course, is present because the telescope was being trained manually on the fast-moving target, modified by slight jerky errors of the azimuth and Aleva the Image Orthicon telescope system in 1964, and some of the crew.
64.
Lieutenant Bob Jacobs is at far right tie-in.
Okay, when
The brighter ones with arcing tadpole tails, the apparent star motion, of course, is present because the telescope was being trained manually on the fast-moving target. Modified.
looks like it's messing up my mouse clicks again. Yeah. What was I going to look up now? First CCD made 64. That's after silicone chips. Saying 69 here. CCD working at Bell Labs 69. Doesn't mean that the government didn't have a prototype before then, right? But charge couple of devices on about 970 here. 69 there. So was it 69 or 70, guys? That's when they started working on it. Yeah. So when were the government working on it? So yeah, it has to be film that's one about here then. Oh.
Modified by slight jerky errors of the azimuth and Oliva the image orthicon telescope system in 1964, and some of the crew. Lieutenant Bob Jacobs is at far right tie-in wheel operators, holding a camera. The Atlas vehicle, with payload shroud, is about 10 feet in diameter and 100 feet in length. At engine shutdown, the Vehi the Io was a very significant invention, especially useful in CLE is between 500 and 1,000 miles in altitude. The distance to the early days of television because of its high sensitivity. It was the telescope at shutdown would have been at least 500 slant, called an IMI in the TV industry, corrupted into the term miles, growing to 2,000 miles or more at film runout. The Emmy for the TV Awards. It has a series of electron multank image length on the face of the I/O tube, 7 or 8 Tipler stages to boost the output signal and can detect very arcseconds. Would be roughly 27 thousandths of dim stars to 12 or 13 stellar magnitude, the naked an inch at first, or perhaps 24 scan lines. Diminishing IC's 6th magnitude readily, but it has trouble at higher to around 2 thousandths, or a single scan line, by the end numbers. Brightness decreases by a factor of 2.5.
That doesn't sound like film, though.
The I/O bloom from the big Atlas tank caused the numbers progress. The largest white spot on the film, but no shape. My 1964 report states that the BU scope was set to 720 much smaller objects provided smaller spots, less blooming inches, indicating that a 3 Barlow magnifier was used to effect, so we could eventually infer which spots belonged to increase image size. The magnifier degrades the image in 10 known objects. The big main tank reflecting sunlight was all 44 volume 33, issue 1 SKEPTICAL Inquire E are that could be detected through the spotting telescopes used by the azimuth/elevation trackers, but was bright enough for them to maintain track until film run out. With a deep bow to the fabulous sequential scanning color HD TV systems of today, our primitive I/O setup of 1964 would not have produced something with a distinct shape. The film was a collection of energetic blobs in black and white that only made sense when the launch exercise was under.
Talking about film there, but it sounds, and then he's mixing in TV here. Yeah, it's a bit confusing, isn't it? Energetic blobs and black and white only made sense when the launch exercise was understood in detail. And you can see it's not as simple as what we expected it to be. Is it
understood
ever?
In detail. It was a matter of weeks of analysis before we finally unscrambled the meaning of what we had filmed and confirmed the SAC analysis. The Rodegear analysis in Hastings's article is simply irrelevant given the low-grade optical capability of the 1964 BU system and its very poor resolution on film. the south from Vandenberg on September 14th and 23rd and were of marginal interest to us at the time. 7 were Minutemen ICBMs on September 1st, 8, 10, 15, 21, 23, and 29. The other 2 occurred on September 15th and September 22nd, an Atlas D nicknamed Butterfly Net and an Atlas D nicknamed Buzzing Bee.
Hey, Jasper.
Buzzing Bee carried a simulated
Finally
re-entry
woken.
vehicle warhead and decoys, duplicating the packages on the active, on alert, Atlas F weapon system, and Butterfly Net carried an advanced re-entry vehicle for
Thanks for
study
joining
via
us.
terminal area radars. Butterfly Net was launched in the morning, long after sunrise, with a bright sky behind it. The image orthicon would energy beams in space. The second issue involves Star Trek devices. Perhaps readers are familiar with the roar of the Starship Enterprise passing through space and the brightly visible laser beams traded with Klingon cruisers. The vacuum of space does not permit sound travel or colorful side visible rays of any kind.
Yeah.
In his MUFON exposition, Jacobs suggests energy beams of some sort.
So, as we've pointed out, for a laser beam going through atmosphere, it energizes the gas atoms and causes the light to be shown. In space, you don't have such things, so Star Trek is wrong unless it's a plasma beam, which is emitting the light particles. A plasma laser is not the same as photon laser. It's using forced state of matter. That doesn't mean the UFOs are not using similar. They might have like a plasma beam. So this guy might be wrong that it was a UFO and it was shooting a plasma beam at the capsule nose, which fell off. But he's saying it was like a new experimental rocket where they're deploying 2 decoys before the nose separation, so that any locked-on missiles would go towards those RVs that they were dropping by parachute and blow them up instead of the warhead. And of course, they're not, because it's all classified, so the Russians don't know what they were doing and what they had. What they got nowadays, they probably got something a bit more simpler than launching RVs. They just spit out some silver balls or whatever. But anyway.
Sort, but the type doesn't matter. Dust particles, ionized particles, or sustained gas clouds are required to detect a focused laser or energy beam, such as when a mist is displayed to identify lasers in a jewelry heist movie. What one might see if a laser was used in space would be a hot spot or meltdown of the outer skin of a target.
Yeah, so you only see where it hits the surface or something. But there is a thing called plasma lasers or plasma cutters, right? But plasma lasers, I'm pretty sure they'd be working on it, which would be what Star Trek would use, I'd say. So they use plasma cutters in 3D printers, right? CNC machines. Plasma laser. Something about plasma laser there on your skin. Good luck with that one, burning off skin tags or stuff, is it? So it does look like it's a laser. Tabletop laser plasma accelerators. So that's what we're going to be talking about. We're not going to talk about simple photon laser. Where's photon laser? I guess a photon laser. 3 laser plasma interaction. There we go. Laser versus plasma. But what if you can combine both of them? I think that would be what the weapon you need. Plasma laser weapon. Let's see. What's up with that one? And there we go. Ion, plasma, or laser based. Secret history of plasma weapons. But again, would you see a beam? We'd have to create ions. Streaming off it. Yeah, look, you can see that they're definitely talking about it. Plasma gunnable things. No need for bullets. But where would all the power come from? Have to be like a nuclear battery of some kind. Connect it to a battery pack with a truck battery, maybe. So that one's got a laser beam even in daytime. Plasma and laser weapons. Yeah, I should probably delve more into this as a separate topic, shouldn't I? Russia announces it has developed the next generation of weapons using plasma. Well, there we go. What year was that? 2017. Hey, surprise, surprise. That's when they come out with the A-tip revelation. Hypersonic weapons, yep. You can see where it's how this is tying in with the Lu stuff, the Sondo stuff that come out. Have you actually got any video of one of these working? So that's, see, they got Star Trek there. Plasma lasers. I've got one here. I wonder if it plays. Looks like some sort of weird weapon. What happened there? I just paused it. Comes up with all that crap on it. Okay, we've got some stupid music on it. Let's see where it goes. Are they going to show us it working? That looks like a missile. Yeah, it's a missile. You can see how fast they go. Hypersonic missiles launched from the personnel carriers. Boom, boom, gone. Hit incoming missiles, bang. Yeah, I hope the Liberal government that's starting all the wars know what they're dealing with here. Okay, these look like new tanks. They ain't got gun barrels. So what do they do? Missiles or lasers? Look like missiles to me. So where's these plasma laser? Oh, that was disappointing. So since the Russians brought out in 2017 about their hypersonic missiles, it makes sense that America would come out talking about hypersonic missiles as well in 2017. I've never seen that connection before. It's all to do with disinformation and propaganda. I was hoping to find one of these plasma lasers working. If that's it there, I certainly would see that in daytime. Planet engineers. Phases, they call it. Strapped to a car. I suppose we're not going to see one in action. That'd be asking too much. So what is sci-fi here? What is actual real military? That's the problem. 3D printed. I have to do some more research into that. Let's see, what videos have we got? Terrifying reality. Okay, let's have a look at this video here. I don't know if it's copyright. That looks like a Klingon plasma laser. Looks pretty cool. 1 year ago. Alright, is it real? It's got Halo listed there. Bison, whatever that is that advertising it?
Hey guys, welcome back. It's Cabezon here. I'm going to be starting a 2-part series focusing on if we could survive a Covenant attack today. To best understand it...
Sounds like a computer game. It doesn't sound like a real one. Disappointing. Plasma weapons and sci-fi. Laser rifle with plasma rifle. Again, it sounds like a computer game. Damn it. Laser induced plasma channel weapon prototype. That sounds more like a real one. And we saw that image before. So how's that working? CNN.
Conservative New Media viewers, what's going on? It's me, John D. Villarreal. I have an interesting science story here that is very, very incredible in my personal opinion. First of all, my personal opinion only, and not alleging facts, not casting aspersions, all for entertainment purposes.
Blah, 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 blah.
So only please check the disclaimers. What we're talking about here is...
Covering his ass, it's called.
...is a new weapon that is being tested anyway. It's a prototype, so it's, you know, very early stages. We don't know how it's going to come out or if this will ever be.
Have you got a video of it, mate? It doesn't look like it. I think it's a static image. Damn it.
Deployed in the field, from what I can ascertain at this point, in my personal opinion. But it's called a laser-induced plasma channel, an LIPC. And what it does is it uses a laser to create literally a plasma channel in order to draw then, or guide, if you will, electricity, lightning bolts, okay, into the target. That is...
Doesn't that sound very Tesla? What Tesla was working on? Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. By creating this...
So they create a plasma channel, which sounds like an invisible tube in the sky, and then they fire electricity down it, which then electrocutes or whatever it is, or saps a missile that it touches with high voltage. Bang! Blow off all this electronics in it.
Plasma channel, it basically creates a pathway for the electricity to flow and follow. It has a lesser...
Okay, we got it. Okay, but that's what we're after. Obviously, when you put high voltage down the plasma, though, it's illuminated. But anyway, I think the aliens would be using something like that. If they had some weapons or self-defense, right? More likely self-defense. I don't think Although this is the question whether aliens are good or bad or a mixture. I think we're talking about a mixture. So back on to Jacob's thing. We're trying to all suss this all out together. See, we're talking about some sort of old technology here to what we currently have. And if aliens were advanced species, we're just getting there now onto that cutting edge of science. So maybe they had a plasma channel weapon that shoots high voltage, blows up what it touches, high voltage through aluminium, which is what rockets are made of, would vaporize it, and they could cut it off like a plasma cutter, right? Anyway, just carry on.
Target. Could the white spot turn a series of images from an Atlas launch? Even wider? No, the BU scope would not permit that kind of detail to be observed. Hastings mentioned the northern lights as a type of light have been adjusted for daylight. The manual trackers were caused in the upper atmosphere by sun-generated particle handicapped after engine shut down, when the vapor trail of streams. A relatively rare phenomenon at our latitude, the engine fuel was depleted some 240 seconds after liftoff. Their aurora borealis involves a huge number of sparse particle streams. Inferior spotting telescopes would not permit direct viewing for more than a few seconds. It was disappointing, as we were spread over a vast space above the Arctic sky. Halfway through the project and had not yet scored as I had hoped. Could the crew have filmed something and kept it? What launch did Jacobs describe? Jacobs's account indicates a launch that may have occurred hidden from my knowledge. Not possible. I was totally on September 2nd, 3, or the 15th with an Atlas type F or D. Top of every inch of film exposed that whole month, and film was exposed on 9 launches in total. Missing 2 due was likely on site for the launch, although I was not on site for weather or mechanical problems. The Vandenberg AFB, every one of them. Buzzing Bee was launched more than a half hour before launch summary from the 30 Space Wing Office of History Sunrise at Anderson Peak. The ICBM broke into sunlight indicates 11 launches took place during the month of after liftoff, while the background sky was still dark and many September in 1964. 2 of these were space launches toward SK Eptica L in QUIRJ and UARY/SEB RUARY200945. The new UFO interest. Scientific appraisal stars were still visible. The site was in complete darkness. Our score had come at last. Without a shadow of doubt, what we had captured, and what had excited Jacobs as well as many others, was Buzzing Bee. The launch dates, nicknames, and times are all easily verified by simple internet searches. One more quandary: what about Mansman? Both Jacobs and Hastings mention SAC Major Florence Mansman Jr., who was the photographic support coordinator for the 1st Strategic Aerospace Division at Vandenberg AFB.
Again, this always goes back to cover-up, Oh, we can look up the launch dates, but what if someone deleted the one in question? So it's not even listed anymore. So you can't look up serial numbers and things. Being a debunker, listening to this, you're saying, oh yeah, it's all conclusive. Jacobs made a mistake. He saw a blob on the video and a streak, a smear, and thought it was a UFO firing a laser. Not a laser as such, a plasma laser. Plasma channel laser, or whatever it's called.
AFB. I have reviewed post-retirement letters purported to be from Mansman, and they indicate that he agrees, in general, with Jacobs's conjectures. He passed away, according to Hastings, in 2003. Mansman would have determined the photo requirements for every launch and issued directives to the 1369th Photo Squadron.
So Jacobs did have a
1st
witness,
Strategic Aerospace Division at Vandenberg.
Hastings mentioned Sac Major Florens. So there are people that can verify Jacobs here, which is interesting.
Vandenberg AFB. I have reviewed post-retirement letters purported to be from Mansman, and they indicate that he agrees, in general, with Jacobs's conjectures.
Well, there you go.
He passed away, according to Hastings, in 2003. Mansman would have determined the photo requirements for every launch and issued directives to the 1,369th Photo Squadron. The launch personnel were busy in those days, as more than 100 test launches were taking place yearly in the early 1960s. I made more runs to the squadron lab over the next decade than I could count, so my memory does not let me pick out particulars during that September. Owing to his substantial workload, Mansman was only marginally interested in the Big Sur site and the purpose of the project. He visited the Anderson site only once that I can recall, in early September. On September 22nd, about 20 films would have been processed, including those from the pad cameras and all the local tracking cameras. Within a few days, reduced 16mm copies would be made and sent to a variety of analyst offices.
Okay, reduced quality 16mm. So that's film again. So from the special film, it's still a wee bit confusing though. But I did miss some when I went to the toilet there.
Offices, including the SAC headquarters in Omaha, Nebraska. It was weeks before we heard anything about the sensitivity of our IO film. The preliminary report I wrote does not go into any detail of the launch, but the fact that I published it on or about October 13th, the date stamped on the title page, indicates that at least 2 weeks had passed without any clampdown from SAC headquarters. Otherwise, I could never have mentioned it or even hinted at some sort of anomaly. Jacobs is totally wrong to suggest that the men in black appeared the day after the launch at a special showing. Why would Major Mansman agree with Jacobs? It is doubtful that in 1964 he had more than a small inkling of what the Buzzing Bee films showed, and even less interest many years later. Would he have supported his former comrade in arms after he was long retired and short on memory of those busy times? And might it have even been amusing to him? I remember Mansman for his great sense of humor and friendly nature. Conclusion: the only reason the film became top secret is because it revealed a weakness in the Atlas weapon system, which was our only on-alert ICBM at the time. All the original films of all launches would have been destroyed or recycled decades ago, or else today we would need a Pentagon-sized warehouse, just 46 volume 33, issue 1 SKEPTICAL.
So, they're saying that the film would have been destroyed, which I would doubt very much if it had a real UFO on it. It would be listed as destroyed, but kept in a secret warehouse, just like Indiana Jones. But I can see Green Streak will do an episode on this and agree with everything this guy's saying, right? Rather than challenge some of what he's saying here. A lot of assumptions there. Some of it's possibly true. Maybe he's totally wrong. Maybe Jacobs did actually see what was on the film. I'm not sure if he actually saw the film directly himself, but I think there are some photographs in this PDF. Let's have a look. So this is a huge telescope. No backyard thing. It fits on the back of a truck. And I suppose Jacobs is there somewhere. Younger looking, no doubt. So probably does not recognize him. Anyway, probably says there somewhere, does it? Bob Jacobs at the far right. That one? Nah, surely not. Am I right or they're right? So that's right there, right? Or is that one? I think there must be 25 right in the photograph. So who's the most far right? That doesn't look like Bob Jacobs. Maybe that one does. Anyway. What other pictures we got? So this is the Atlas. Getting ready for launch. Wish they don't have that anymore. Do they? Oh, maybe they say they don't, but they've probably got a few of them. I thought there was a lot more pictures than that. Today, I found another website underneath that one that had more. The Big Slur UFO. What's that similar story? Thought there was more to it. Let's scroll up. Here we go. Different pictures. So what are we looking at there? What's that picture again? So we saw that one before. That must be Bob Jacobs, is it? At the left. Who's left though? That's left. But I don't know. We saw that one before. Very dark picture, that one. An identified flying object. I think it's roughly the same article, isn't it? Maybe the first article. Deployment sounds very similar. Storyline. Original storyline then got updated, was it? Winter 1993. So, special film. We ain't quite finished here. I'll just finish up what he's saying.
Inquiry are to hold all of them. A couple of years after the master copy had been stored in a vault used exclusively for top-secret storage, I was asked if it could be destroyed to conserve space, and of course I approved. The Western Test Range was very pleased by the hugely successful project. A 16mm, 45-minute publicity film of the project was assembled in Hollywood by the Lookout Mountain Photographic Squadron shortly after the project. I wrote the script for the film, which included footage of operations, including some of Buzzing Bee. There was a copy of this film in my office for several years, but in shifting jobs and office assignments, it eventually vanished. Portions of it were used in the Air Force Quarterly Film Report, likely the winter or spring issue of 1965. The Western Test Range gained an extraordinary new capability from the Big Sur project. Jacobs's conjectures may mystify and amuse many and even seem persuasive to those without an appropriate background. That, plus the fact that the physical evidence is long since gone, is likely why myths continue to surround and degrade the historical significance of the Big Sur adventure.
Yeah, so I'd love to see that
for the 1964 report, several references can be readily found on the internet by a web search for Big Sur UFO. I have an original of the 1964 report and could provide an email copy on request. References George, Kingston A, 1964. Preliminary report on image orthicon photography from Big Sur.
Orthicon.
Operations analysis.
So they call it IR
1993. 1993. The Big Sur UFO, an identified flying object. Skeptical Inquirer 17.
So what if there's a simple breakdown of all that? Let's just do a search on it. Smaller unit. What's this one? Image electronics. So yeah, it's all a wee bit confusing still to me. So there's a lot of images talking about it. Type.org. Telescope thing, is it? Is it going to open? Let's have a look. Image tubes, 1982. So, what have I seen? Let's get on here. Something crazy going on with the mouse again. I might just reload the software again. So, what's going on the side chat? Anything? Yeah. Jazba, yo, Michael's still awake. I think we've managed to get up to over 10 viewers today. 12, was it? Pretty sad though. Do I keep on with the channel or not? I don't know. I'm not reaching the right people anymore. Of course, money is a problem. More of a problem now too for me. And until my eyes are fixed, I'm not sure where it's heading. So we're pretty much done with that part from trying to figure out more about this camera. To me, I'm not convinced that Jacobs is wrong in the article, although it's good to have another side, a different perspective view on it. And we know government cover up things and people delete files, and in their case they deleted the original video, which they didn't digitize because it wasn't around at the time. Our technology, where you can store all in one big room now instead of air conditioned great big warehouses. Anyway, edge here, trying to figure out what this is. Scan and beam, diode. Processing call. Is that the right thing though? So where's the film involved in that? Camera lens. And then scan and beam. So target mesh. So it makes an image on a screen, which then what? No, it's the wrong thing. Multiplexer. So that means amplifying the light, photons to electrons. So look, it was an early phosphorus night vision thing. So it looks like a circuit diagram, doesn't it? To amplify. I understand. Yeah, they converted to 16mm. Yeah, it certainly wasn't that small. Was that the new advanced one? 2014K image. Looks like the early TV cameras. So maybe that's the progress on demonstrating image orifcon and videocon. It's all a bit of a con. Too many con jobs. Video camera tubes. Cafe tubes. TV camera museum. Yeah. So what did I miss? Maybe that's what I missed was crucial, because I haven't read it all out, so I was going to do it with you, but 964 Eastern Test Range, Vandenberg, September, Florida. So it would have been pretty bright there, wouldn't it? Return to Florida, right? Vandenberg to Florida. What's this one? UFO circled ICBM. Altering missiles course with an energy beam. It doesn't say laser beam here. Energy beam, which is totally different. So that's plasma. He asserted that the project became a cloaked intelligence effort to hide proof of scientifically advanced space aliens. So that makes sense that they would do that. It was founded on the lack of understanding, mingled with distant recollections, perhaps some tongue-in-cheekness by Bob Jacobs, who left the Air Force for a college teaching degree. So maybe after they covered up the UFO, he got disgusted, right, and left, right? Jacobs' first pronouncement was in National Enquirer 1982. This telescope called the BU scope for short. I wonder if we can find a blueprint on that. How it worked. Boston University test range modified 90. Oh, here we go. 19mm gun mount is cradle for the 24-inch primary telescope. We saw it was fairly big. So the more the lens you got, the better quality image you should be able to get, right? Unlike the little small lenses you get on smartphones. And 240-inch basic focal length. The image orifcon television camera was the sensor. So it was looking at that thing we're looking at. And the 30 frame per second 875 line interlaced output were displayed on an accompanying van for the recording by a 35mm motion picture camera. Okay, now I'm just trying to understand that. So it's like a cafe ray tube that has quite a few scan lines, more than normal TV, or even cameras up to 20 years ago. The CCD cameras never did that many lines, although there was a variation called High 8 which doubled the line counts. Rubits 24-inch primary telescope, 24-inch image television camera with sensor, 30 frames per second, 875 line interface output on a kinescope. What's that mean? What's a kinescope? God, wouldn't it be good just to have a proper diagram of all this? Let's have a look. Comes up with that one. Yeah, looks like some big chunk of equipment. Tele-record in Britain. Recording of television program on a modern picture film. Online video platform for business. Prior to the introduction of videotape in 1956, kinescopes were the only way to record television broadcast or to distribute network television programs that were broadcast live, not connected to the network, or so it's like the first early hard drives. Meaning, so we got a picture of one. Okay, there it is. A lot of valve electronics in that, I'd say. So, what are they doing exactly? Looks like it's got a projector here. So, is it converting? How's it recording it? Is it on magnetic tape, like a digital or analog, and then it converts into light again? How's it working? Here we go. Bit confusing. Image projected. So it's like a electron gun. Metal layer. So what they do is it shows up on a TV screen, and then they record it onto a 16mm film aimed at it. Is that what they're saying? That's what it looks like. So it's coming up here, and then they're recording it on here onto regular tape. Have we got a circuit diagram of this, please? Oh shit. Yeah, look at all the boffin mines that went to inventing that, you know, and that's back in the 60s. Oh dear. I say it would be in the shit of these people that understand all that crap. Suddenly got wiped out by a virus. I think the world would be in the shit, you know. I don't think you're about to educate too many people that's living in the beach on California onto this sort of field, because they're going to vote Kamala Harris and get censorship. They like censorship, people that live in California. Okay, it was just me popping up there. The bot was. What the hell? A test pattern, is it? Yeah, I remember these old TVs. I used to smash them up in the backyard and then dump them. But then they said there was some toxic gas in them, so it's probably no wonder my lifespan is short. Okay. They're fun smashing up though. Big hammer. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's really cleared it all up though. We're on a bit by bit diagram. Image television camera was a sensor, and the 30 frame per second slice output was displayed on a thing. So the thing is, what media does that use to convert it to Copilot, that won't be any use to us. Oh damn, I closed it now. I think it's time to get going. What's a picture? Okay, let's just have a look at that one. So it does look like it's a camera tube, they call it. Stupid thing. Looks like a valve tube. Remember they used to glow red and hot inside the back of the TVs. They were really scary looking. That's not really helpful. Looks like I stuffed it up. I lost my page on it. Keep that one for the next time, Copilot. Damn it. I messed it all up there. So the understanding this is a camera tube must send analog. So it must be RGB, something like that, is it? I suppose this would be very similar to a TV. How it used to shine on the back of the TV, phosphorus. Still got it open, have I? How do old cafe ray tubes work? Shoots a screen coated with phosphorus which glows when hit by electrons, which is the same as night vision. We call it goggles that amplify the photons to electrons. Note the magnets to the side and below the cafe ray tube. As the magnets move, notice how the electron film deflection scatters the electron beam across the screen. And each of those dots are a phosphorus dot, so it was early black and white back then. Or green screen on computers. So I'm guessing that's how it recorded it though. How were camera tubes output recorded? Video camera tube. Video camera tubes were devices based on cathode ray tube that were used in television cameras to capture television prior to the induction of charge coupler devices. Yep. Which was 5 years later, as we found out. But they said 1980s here. So yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Or maybe they weren't really viable till 1980s. That's 15 years on though. Several different types of tubes were in use in early 90s, late 1990s. In these tubes, electric beam was scattered across the image of the scene to be broadcast focused on a target. This generated a current that was dependent on the brightness of the image. So it sounds like it's going to be a really crappy image on this device that they were filming the UFO or the missile on. So it sounds like it's going to be blobs of light, isn't it? Broadcast focused on the target generated a current that was dependent of the brightness of the image on the target scan points. The size of the striking rays was compacted So yeah, so we're talking about what 576 lines here. What was the other one? It was 800, so it had like 300 lines more. And then it's talking about 1,000 lines. Is there any 1,000 lines in high vision, whatever that is? For a tube, any vacuum tube which operates early research. But how did they store what it captured? Because it wouldn't be film. It'd have to be electronic magnetic tape, like reel to reel. So let's see, if it was like recording a strip of ones and zeros, one would be where it fires the electron, but then again you have to specify how long it stays on that phosphorus thing to light it up brighter or dimmer. So there would have to be maybe 2 bits of information or more. So yeah, maybe the start location. So it'd scan across like this and reading the magnetic tape, and it'd fire the beam at the screen, creating an image. Then they would have a reel-to-reel 16mm camera focused on the screen and capture it off the screen onto film. Sounds really crazy. Yeah, it doesn't talk about how it stores it, does it? How it's stored on magnetic tape. It has to be magnetic tape. Output recorded. Camera tubes. Data. How was data stored? It's like doing a research thing for a paper. Vedicon as a storage type camera tube. Okay, that was one of them. Yep. Based on the cathode ray tube. Yes, we've got that. It's repeating the same thing, isn't it? But how is it stored? I didn't miss anything, did I, when I was reading it? So much reading to do. German patent. For the electronic images device for television. How is it stored though? Oh, here we go. No. Early cameras. Icon scope is a camera tube that projects the image on a special charge storage plate containing mosaic of electronically isolated photosensitive graduates separated from a common plate by a thin layer, somewhat enormous to human eye. Retina is arranged in photoreceptors, so everything's based on nature. Even photosensitive graduate concepts tiny capacitor that accumulates and stores electrical charge in response to the lightning strike. And electron beam prettily sweeps across the plate, effectively scanning the stored image and discharging each capacitor in turn, such as the electrical output from each capacitor is proportional to average intensity of light striking it between discharges. But how was it stored? So how was it stored? It doesn't say, does it? It probably does, but I'm just not seeing it. I just want to get to the answer. Maybe I should use Bing. Let's see. Bing. I closed it down. I suppose I could load it in that one. It's just easy to go back to this one. Let's ask Bing about it. I'll probably get no better answer. How was a camera tube image stored? It's probably going to give us the same web pages. Here we go. Okay, at least it might give us a list. Early devices used in television cameras. Image capture. The camera tube had a photo sensor service. We've read all that. Scanning electron beam scans across. Yep. So the light hits the surface of the plate, and then the scan beam goes across and works out its intensity. As the electron being scanned, the surface would encounter varying levels of electrical charge. These variations were converted into electrical signal, which represented the brightness of each point in the image. Okay, we got that much. Storage intermission. Electrical. Here we go. This is where it goes. Electrical signal was then amplified and transmitted as a video signal. In the case of a ionoscope, the image was also stored as electrical charges on a mosaic of tiny capacitors, which were then read out by a scanning electron beam. Yeah, but that would be just one image. Process allowed early TV systems. So send out one every 30 seconds as a broadcast, but how was it stored for playback? See what it says to that. Here we go. In the early days, playback recorded video was achieved by using magnetic tape technology. That's how it's recorded. An electrical signal generated by the camera tube was fed into a videotape recorder, VTR, which I think they didn't have. The VTR used magnetic tape to store the video signal. The tape was coated with a magnetic material that could be magnetized. So it sounds like cassette tape, doesn't it? Reel to reel. Magnetic storage. As a tape moved past the recording head, varying electrical signal. Yeah, but how was the data stored on that playback? To playback the recorded tape was run past a playback head. Yeah, we know how all that technology works. We grew up with it. Signal processing, electrical signal, then processed and amplified to be displayed on a television screen. The TV would decode the signal and respond. Original image captured by the camera tube. So I'd say the magnetic tapes, they would have got reused. And when they duplicated it to this, was it 35mm they said? 35mm film by recording the plate itself. There's another method of storage they used. That would have been kept for a while until it degraded, I suppose, or got destroyed. So yeah, I think that makes it fairly more clear what was going on there then. So yeah, I think we're pretty much done. So it would be good to have a digital version of that film, at least them to redo it from the minute it tapes directly again into digital. That would have been really good if it was still available. VTR. I forgot to check what the pictures were of VTR. Videotape, something recording. Early videotape. VTR. Tape. Okay, videotape recorder. And here you thought the VHS tape for home was the first one. No, using it BBC and everywhere else. So I guess that's what it looked like, reel to reel. VTR says here, HD TV on. I suppose they even use it today still. I never liked videotape, but if it's digital now, it shouldn't really matter because you can do error correction on missing bits compared to the VHS tape. Really shit quality. Oh, here we go. I've got a whole breakdown of that one. It's like doing a university course here. So there's the tube, is it? What's that one? Quad scanning. I know it's talking about the cylinder and how it's put on the tape and vertical stripes, is it? Yeah. So as it's moving along, it reads the data going that way. Oh, TV broadcasting. I suppose if you're doing TV broadcasting course, maybe you have to go through all this. I don't know, or if they cut it out now. And it's all quite fascinating, the history of cameras and how the storage worked. Rotating heads. Yeah, so I was looking for a real picture of one. Yeah, it's interesting. That looks like the full breakdown on it there. Images. I guess this is the real ones here. Yeah, that's look more like it. When I left school, I was working on equipment like this. You know, this sort of stuff. I had to mount the reels onto the mainframe. Big hard drives that come out, they were like new technology. As big as my bed. And it used to store a massive, what was it, 20 megabytes or something? I can't remember now. For business. Yeah, it brings back, yeah, that was like NCR and IBM, that's what I was mucking around with. $18-year-olds straight into running all this kind of shit, and there was no training. I said, where's the manual? Give me the manual. So I read the manual and I said, yeah, I think I understand how to operate it now. But yeah, I just saw the people said they just pass it on person to person. So the person demonstrates reading the batch of cards, card reader. And if one of the cards gets chewed off or one of the hot punch holes in it was a bit worn, you'd have to get someone to repunch that card and put it back in the deck in the right place, because as it reads it in, it creates the program. And you get one card out of the place, the program crashes. So then they asked to mount various tapes of stored data from like payroll or whatever. But yeah, it was like big cabinets. It wasn't like this at all. It was like big reel-to-reel cabinets, you know. as big as a closet, and you just mount the tapes in. That's what I grew up, and then PCs were like the early technology just coming in into the business. Before then it was like 8-bit micros and set-it spectrums. There was like the early ones. It wasn't until IBM got into the personal PCs and then people started looking into that to replace the mainframes. What we did, it was good money back then too. Graveyard shift and all that. I could save up a lot of money, and it was worth a lot more back in those days. I'm old timer. Remembers thinking of the old days, how good they used to be. Now today's a load of shit. Anyway, I think it's time to wrap up here, Jasper. Sure is. We got a base understanding on how things work. Some are worth looking into. Nice topic, Paul. Alright, you're always saying that though, Jasper. It's because you're one of a few of us that actually likes this sort of technical stuff mixed in with the reality of UFOs. But you can see today 0 donations because there was no UFO drama. Me, Elton Goofon or Elton Lee reviews or Elton Sondo. If I did that, I'd probably have like 400 people watching and donating. But talking about real stuff, technology. What did Lee Review say my channel was? Boring! I never thought my channel was ever boring. It's just complicated, and it's for people with higher IQs than an actor from Hollywood. Anyway, I'm going to wrap up now. It must be over 5 hours, so this will be a long one. But yeah, Robert Jacobs, yeah, I can't say that he was not wrong, but more than likely the government did cover up there, and there's a lot more going on that one. But all the debunkers will say it's debunked. Dunnan will say it's debunked. Louis Reviews will say it's debunked. Green Street will say it's debunked, and Mick West will say it's debunked. So yeah, but I say it's not. Okay, good night all. And if you can throw it, you can always donate with a super comment, a super chat, or what they call it, a super thanks they call it. Anytime on any video, so just keep that in mind. You want a few bucks my way, and with a good comment with it, then it will stay at the top of the comments under that video, unless Google deletes the video, of course. So yeah, stop rambling and get on. Good night, Jasper. And thanks for dropping around, at least popping your head in, and other people. There we go. Everything worked alright, considering all the problems I have. And do hit a like and all that business. It all helps people visiting the channel, whether it's worth spending time on. I know some people like to wait until I do the chapters so they can see what's discussed and whereabouts, because I do break away and look up stuff and come back again. But he didn't say anything about how it was recorded on magnetic tape, that guy in that article, did he? This is my point in questions. There's always bits missing in these articles that gives you a better understanding of what they're talking about. Anyway, enough yap. Gotta end this. Yeah, take care on the road, Jasper, and everybody, and I'll see you again soon, hopefully. depending on my eyes and whatnot. But still got so much to do. I know I keep saying I've got to finish off stuff. Oh, the better end.